Are there any matters we have?
I did some additional research last night. It's regarding some of the matters that were raised yesterday, primarily on redirect. And in checking the case law before, and as I said, this came up late in the day yesterday, and I certainly didn't want to raise this in front of the jury. The state was permitted to ask Mr. or Officer Kimball questions about what he thought was odd or strange about the defendant's answers or things she wrote or didn't write. He was also allowed to opine about what he believes he saw in the truck and his opinion on what that meant when the truck turned down. Maybe it was Green, maybe it was Milford Street, I don't recall. I wanted to check on the law. Those are the kind of things that go directly to the province of the jury. It goes directly to allowing a witness to testify as to their opinion by a police officer, not an expert, but still as a trained investigator as to what he believes the evidence showed, and more concerning to me, what he believed about my client. So by saying things what she said was strange or odd, that is the same as opining about his opinion about her truthfulness and credibility. And I note, Your Honor, I looked up some cases. State v. Rivera at 169 Con App, 343. More importantly, LaPointe versus Commissioner, 316 Connecticut, 225, specifically at note 83. That's a 2015 Connecticut Supreme Court case. State versus George A., the letter A, 308 Connecticut, 274. My concern, Your Honor, is at the beginning of this case, before evidence started, I filed 2 motions in limine. One specifically dealt with law enforcement opinion regarding the credibility or truthfulness of the defendant. The other one, filed the same day, was a motion in limine to preclude testimony that contains or references speculative statements, theories, or opinions of law enforcement. Based on Practice Book Section 42-15, I raised these issues because I was aware, because I've had this case for years, I've reviewed everything, there was a danger that this type of prejudicial evidence and interference with, because police have made these speculative statements in reports and in opinions. If Your Honor ever read the arrest warrant, half of it is their theory or opinion that is not based on fact. It's based on their own, I would submit, strained references and speculation. But what makes this particularly concerning to me, Your Honor, is that I had asked that these matters be at least addressed at the beginning. Your Honor, I think, used the metaphor about you were going to slow pitch this, if I remember, regarding some of these issues, and wait till they came up during the trial. Well, at least these motions put the state on notice that these were issues I was concerned about, and I would have thought it would have behooved the state to then say there are a couple of matters at this point we are going to get into these issues, and we need a ruling on whether they're coming in or not. The court has suggested somehow that cross-examination will take care of these issues. I submit that that's impossible once the bell is rung, and it's impossible to unring the bell on these matters that are prejudicial. And I suggest that because they go to issues that the jury must decide, they directly impact the defendant's constitutional right to fair trial, to a jury deciding the facts of the case rather than police officers, and more importantly, to due process and the right to prepare a defense. Since we anticipated these matters at the beginning and the court did not rule, and I will note that there's another matter that's going to come up today on the same issue that I'm assuming a number of police officers are going to give their opinion about a red truck that passes in 1 or 2 seconds on 1 or more highways, and they're going to say, yeah, that's the Tacoma, that's the same vehicle, whatever. I'm assuming that's what's happening today, and that's why it's important to raise this now. I understand that I also objected to these matters on the record, incited opinion, improper opinion. The jury can decide this, what they heard for themselves, etc. And I was overruled on those issues. And we did express concern, and it's impossible, I think, once the jury hears this, to be able to unring that bell. It was unduly prejudicial to allow this witness, and again, it was on redirect, and to be subject to leading questions for that whole, isn't it a fact that, isn't it a fact that, this was strange, did you find this odd, etc., etc. And then I was precluded from bringing up other things that Your Honor thought, that didn't open the door that wide, etc., etc. I'm just doing this for the record, obviously, because I didn't have a chance to do this while the jury was in the room. I would note, Your Honor, that although there are cases that say that when I talk about general behavior, how people generally react when they're being questioned, that there's basically, which I will note, I at no point asked Mr. Kimball, Officer Kimball, whether he thought that Michelle Troconis' body language suggested anything. I talked in general, people who are educated, uneducated, people who have experience of how they react in general. And that was the reason that Mr. McGinnis used for being able to ask specific things about Ms. Troconis, not about what people do in general. And so I submit that it not only invaded the province of the jury, but went directly to an opinion about my client's truthfulness, her credibility, that what she said was strange to him. It went to her behavior, not in general to what people do in general. It violated the law. It also, I note, Your Honor, if I could just for a moment note, there's even a section in Judge Prescott's book, section 7.10.4, that talks about the impropriety of witnesses, talking about the credibility of other witnesses, other people, but I'd submit that it goes directly to the right to a fair trial when it's credibility questions and suggestions about the defendant herself. I also, at this point, Your Honor, wanted to address an issue, and I'll just note there are two other cases that I wanted to bring to the court's attention. State versus Leniart, 198 Connecticut Appellate 591. It's a 2020 decision. It's well established that the federal Constitution requires that criminal defendants be afforded a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense, and the right to offer the testimony of witnesses, to compel their attendance if necessary, and in plain terms, the right to present a defense and the defendant's version of the facts, as well as the prosecution's, to the jury, so that it may decide where the truth lies. So when yesterday the court said that the issue of Dr. Herman's report is collateral, I submit, and this is going to come up, much of our defense is about what Ms. Troconis was told, not just by Fotis Dulos, but by lawyers, by others, that she was listening in, overhearing, and being told directly by the divorce lawyer, by the guardian ad litem, the attorney for the children, about that. Now, there was a suggestion that anything about Dr. Herman's report is, quote, hearsay, unquote. I want to state now for the record, we are not offering it for the truth. Anything that Dr. Herman concluded about Jennifer Dulos' mental health, whether she had any of those diagnoses that he attributes to what other people and other doctors told him, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. It doesn't even matter whether it's wrong. So far, the state has suggested, I would submit weakly, but still suggested that the motive here was the ongoing child custody fight going on in divorce as a motive for Fotis Dulos to murder his wife. But if your honor will note, all of these charges that are against Ms. Troconis here are intent, specific intent crimes. They all require her to have the intent, including conspiracy, to commit the act that Mr. Dulos himself would have been prosecuted for if he had survived. So I note, Your Honor, that if the state's suggestion here, I want this to be very clear for the record, that the ongoing divorce somehow created a motive for either Mr. Dulos or my client to do away or cause harm to Mr. Dulos's wife, we are able to not only rebut that with some evidence, but to demonstrate there was no motive because he was winning that battle, and everyone, including the lawyers, told not only him but her that he was going to get what he wanted in the court proceedings. He was going to get custody, or at least joint custody, of those children. So for the court to say we're not going to get into the Dr. Herman report at all, that is the defense. So that would be the direct deprivation of the right.
Well, the court is going to interrupt at this point,
Yes.
Attorney Schoenhorn. There is no need, and this is where the court hears the argument, to try to pull off of the page Dr. Herman's report. What Fotis Dulos told Michelle Troconis is not the same as pulling the words off of the report. The court understood yesterday that, this is what the court's understanding was, there was an attempt through Detective Kimball, because he was asked if he received a copy of the report, for him to testify about what the report stated. That's not going to be allowed. What Fotis Dulos told Michelle Troconis about the report appears to be admissible. The report itself will not be admitted.
And I will note, Your Honor, that I understand that. The trouble, if it's limited to that, is the fact that we have ourselves established, as has the state, that Mr. Dulos was not necessarily the most credible individual in terms of his day-to-day life. He had secrets, he did lie, he prevaricated, he did all sorts of stuff. So the purpose of at least portions of that, now we could debate whether there are portions of this report that shouldn't go in, that maybe it's just the conclusions that should come in, redacted. Again, my purpose here is not to disparage anyone in the Farber family, including Jennifer Dulos, because that does nothing for Mr. Troconis. That's only, we hear about it because that's what she was told, but it's not just Mr. Dulos who told her those things. That's my concern. And again, because conspiracy is a specific intent crime, we need to be able to rebut this idea that she would be part of a motive to do away, or part of a conspiracy. She would intend to kill Miss Farber Dulos because of this ongoing divorce, when all the evidence just in those 2 weeks before the disappearance would suggest the opposite. So I just want the court to be aware about that. But my bigger concern, Your Honor, is allowing police officers, I'm previewing, right, what's coming up, so that the court is aware of those issues. But my concern is by allowing Mr. Officer Kimball to testify as to basically his opinion about whether my client's answers were odd or strange, that went to her credibility. And I don't know how to fix that. The court could either instruct the jury that they're to disregard his opinions and that they're the sole judge of the credibility or the purpose or statements of the witness, or I'm forced to move for a mistrial.
Well, that's denied, and the court is simply going to address your major concern concerning the opinion of police officers. The code does not prohibit opinion by lay witnesses. The code states that a lay witness may not testify in the form of an opinion unless it is rationally based, that is, the opinion is rationally based upon the perception of that witness and is helpful to clarifying that witness's testimony. But that's just the opening for the next observation. The jury has seen about 6 hours of interview between the state police and your client. It is reasonable to conclude that the major theme of the interviews well, there are two major themes. One is that you're not telling us all that you could. And two, you're not being honest. Those are the major themes of the interview. So to suggest that the officer's opinion about credibility should not be admitted, that's like saying the caboose is pulling the engine. All 6 hours were based and evince the theme. You're not being honest, and you're not telling us what you could. So the court finds that argument unconvincing.
Could I just respond to that, Your Honor?
Well, may I be heard also briefly?
Yes. Attorney McGinnis.
Judge, I agree with the court's ruling. Firstly, I did just want to note, though, a couple of things for the record, that the defense seems to be objecting a lot, and the objections seem to be, let us do it, but not the state. And let me just give you a couple of examples. The defense has taken umbrage with some of the redirect testimony, but the cross-examination was illuminating on these issues as well. I believe that there was cross-examination on Friday where Attorney Schoenhorn specifically asked Detective Kimball. So with respect to, I'm paraphrasing, okay, because I don't have the entire record in front of me. With respect to the weather report, she was being truthful with you then, or words to that effect. And Detective Kimball said, yes. He also asked Detective Kimball yesterday whether or not she was being, quote, helpful. And Detective Kimball, I believe, answered yes. So he's asking Detective Kimball to opine on the defendant's honesty. He's asking Detective Kimball to opine on whether or not the defendant's being helpful. We believe the evidence is going to show that she was being deceptive and not helpful, and we're going to get there. But the idea that the defense is going to be able to ask these questions and then preclude the state from going into some of these issues on redirect examination, I'll just also note that I never asked Detective Kimball whether or not he believed the defendant was being deceptive, unlike the defense that asked whether or not she was being truthful. I simply asked whether or not he found it odd or strange as part of the investigation, the remark, in his opinion, which he can certainly testify to. The counsel also misstates the record when he indicates that I asked specific questions about the defendant's demeanor. I did not do so. He asked a bunch of questions about, isn't it true that someone who's educated could be nervous? He asked, isn't it true that someone who's educated who doesn't have experience with the police might be nervous, things of that nature. And then I simply asked other general questions about Detective Kimball's experience with investigations. I did not ask him to opine on whether or not this defendant was being truthful or untruthful. So I think the record obviously speaks for itself, but you know, this seems to be a little bit of a pattern with the defense, Your Honor, that I'm seeing, which is they want to do certain things but then preclude the state from doing similar things. And I think that their latest motion today, which I think we're about to take up with respect to the identification of the truck, is another prime example of that. You know, Attorney Schoenhorn on Friday asked Detective Kimball, what do you see in the video? Well, it appears to be raining. Isn't it raining hard, Detective? So all those objections about the video speaks for itself, we don't need witnesses to testify as to what a video sees. Apparently those objections were only if the state was attempting to present that type of evidence, because the defense certainly didn't have any issues going into it themselves. But we'll take up that issue in just a moment. But I did just want to note, Judge, that these arguments from the defense are incredibly inconsistent. And it seems to be let us do it, but not the state. And of course, the court has to administer its rulings even-handedly here. So I just want to note that for the record.
Attorney Schoenhorn?
I'll have to go back and look at my notes. I don't believe at any point I asked the detective to opine on my client's truthfulness. I asked whether certain things were confirmed by them, that they checked out certain things or didn't check certain things out. That's a little bit different than asking the witness to opine that my client was being truthful. The fact in the video, it says, I will go out, I'll do this, I'll dig holes, I'll take you through the woods, is actually words from the video. It is not the same as saying, wasn't she being helpful to you, which is Mr. McGinnis's word. That's certainly something I could argue at the end to the jury as an inference that can be drawn, but I did not ask this witness or any other witness to opine on my client's credibility, earnestness, or anything of that nature. So that's where I disagree with the way Mr. McGinnis has characterized how that testimony came out. I mean, I had an outline, and so, if that came out, if I said something like that, I'll try and get the transcript and see if that's the case. That's not my recollection as to how that cross-examination went. But my bigger concern is the idea that the state can simply then ask the witness to opine. And I'll note, for example, with the issue with the truck, or the weather rather, I didn't ask Mr. Kimball, whether or not Ms. Troconis was telling the truth when there was a thunderstorm. A witness can certainly say, just show up what is on this video in the general statement. I see there's a certain road and I see a truck. My concern is that if the court looks at my motion in limine, it's for anyone to identify it as a specific truck or even a specific make, because it's impossible to do so in those videos. To suggest that any random red truck in the minute or 5-minute court period that they're going to be playing is a particular truck, that directly invades the province of the jury. So again, Mr. McGinnis does mischaracterize what my motion, that's the so-called opinions of an unidentified red truck, actually says. And I'm not saying they can't say, this is the Merritt Parkway, this is Route 15, this is Route 8, this is I-95 or whatever. What I'm saying is they go beyond that, say, yes, there's a particular vehicle. This came up a bit with the Chevy Suburban from Jennifer Dulos, based on, well, there was a white square on the side. This is different. This is different because this is a truck whizzing by. You can't even tell what brand. There's a couple of places you can, but in most of them, you can't. They are trying to fit snippets of irrelevant evidence and video into a narrative that doesn't have a proper foundation.
Well, before you proceed with that point, the court would like to address what it sees as the astuteness of this jury. Of course, the jury is not obligated to believe anything any witness says. So if one witness describes something, the court believes, based on the jurors that were selected, the questions that were posed to the jury during voir dire, that this jury would be able to say, and each individual juror would be able to say to himself or herself, I didn't see that. How can he tell? So for the court to preclude opinion testimony about, and the court has not seen this video of the truck, would assume that the court has to protect the jury from itself, that they can't come to a conclusion that whatever the officer saw, they didn't see, that they can't come to the conclusion that the officer is embellishing his testimony because it is impossible to determine from that video those features of that vehicle. The court would have to assume that based on the motion, it has to protect the jury from the testimony of the witness. The court is not inclined to do that. The court is satisfied that the jury that was selected is astute enough to abide by the instruction that they do not have to believe anything of any witness.
I agree with what Your Honor said. I just believe that some of this stuff, and especially in a long trial, I had to put it on the record. I'm asking the court as the gatekeeper to keep out stuff that they shouldn't even have to, whether they reject it or not based on what they see. It's like having the seventh juror opine as to what they see in any particular video, rather than what they saw from their own eyes. You know, I mean, I've used this before. I've just made this up, but I've watched the Zapruder film of the assassination of John F. Kennedy, but I couldn't opine in front of a jury that I know there were 2 shots fired at President Kennedy instead of 1 based on what I see. I'm just using that as an analogy on why I shouldn't be allowed to give that view if I was a witness in a case about the assassination of the president. That's my example.
Just 2 quick things, Judge. One is that I believe the question on Friday was, as far as you know, she was being truthful about the weather, or words to that effect. So he did directly ask Detective Kimball to opine on her veracity with respect to that issue. Number 2, I've checked with my colleagues. They did indicate that the word helpful was used yesterday during cross-examination. That's my recollection as well, but of course the record speaks for itself. So I did just want to note those 2 things. The state is intending, Your Honor, simply to ask witnesses whether or not the vehicle is consistent with a 2001 or with a red Toyota Tacoma. So we're not actually going to be asking witnesses to identify it as the Toyota Tacoma. So hopefully that alleviates counsel's concerns, because we have no intention at this point of going into, is this for sure the Toyota Tacoma? I'll note that we're going to have very strong circumstantial and direct evidence that it is, that we're going to argue to the jury at the appropriate time. But as far as the video surveillance is concerned, no witness is going to be asked, is that Pavel Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma? No one's going to be asked that question. So simply that it's consistent with the Toyota Tacoma. Just with respect to the motions eliminated that have been filed, Your Honor, I think the court has noted this already, because counsel has once again suggested that the state is ignoring these motions. They have not identified any actual evidence in these motions that the state, or the court for that matter, could possibly be on notice of. They moved to exclude any speculative opinions of law enforcement without giving any guidance as to what they're moving to preclude. He references the arrest warrant. Well, if there's speculative things in the arrest warrant that he believes should not be admitted in front of the jury, then he should refile a motion and identify the specific things that he's moving to preclude. But to suggest that the state or the court, for that matter, is on notice of what he's moving to preclude, I think is a bit of a stretch, given what, number 1, the court has already said about these motions, and number 2, the actual face of the motion itself.
Thank you. The court ruled yesterday on certain objections concerning matters that were not evident from the interviews that were shown to the jury. The court allowed 2 questions, it believes, concerning whether Detective Kimball thought something was strange. The court did not allow a 3rd question concerning whether Detective Kimball thought something was strange, because it appeared at that point that, as the court used this term, the detective was being goaded into saying something that he probably did not think at the time of the interview. The court is attentive to the testimony, and the court is attentive to the questions. However, in any trial where there is a video and audio recording of a statement by a defendant. If there are continued probes by the interviewers, the police, the basic question is, for what reason do you continue to ask these questions? And the answer is going to be because we believe that the defendant is not giving us the whole story, or the defendant is not being honest. So to allow the jury to see 6 hours of interview so far, and then to indicate that there is an unfair prejudice in hearing opinions by police officers concerning the credibility of the defendant doesn't make sense. The whole video is about the credibility of the defendant. It was indicated yesterday that, and the jury saw a clip where the defendant and the defendant's lawyer at the time were out of the conference room, and the officers were talking, and essentially, some of that discussion was, she's not telling the whole truth. Now, the court would like to remind itself, who wanted to play that? Which side wanted to play that clip?
Well, I'm not sure how to specifically answer that question. We were talking about the clip of her wiping her hand. We did not indicate that to,
We're talking
is Your
about the
Honor
clip
talking
where,
about the clip with
second interview, attorney was out of the room, defendant was out of the room, all of the officers were talking. Who offered that clip?
Well, yesterday, I offered it. And then I asked questions that I had indicated what Ms. Troconis had actually had said. We hear Mr. Colangelo say she doesn't know. Maybe she doesn't know anything. And then you have all three of the four officers in that room saying she said she picked up the gun. So I certainly did not say that they were lying to Mr. Colangelo, but I certainly suggested that they told him something that wasn't in her interview with the officer. So yes, I played that, but I didn't say, in your opinion, was that a lie?
The most vociferous subject in that clip was Detective Clapp, who stated in the clip, how can it be that certain events were left out of the timeline? That was offered by the defense.
Oh, we're talking about the timeline, Your Honor?
Well,
Oh, all right. I misunderstood your question.
so to request the court to preclude testimony, opinion testimony about credibility in all of its forms, while offering as evidence a clip in which the court believes it was either Detective Clabby or Ventresca not complained, but vociferously challenged the credibility of the timeline. Is essentially, in this court view, the defendant's argument working against itself. Are we ready to bring the jury out?
Judge, I did just want to take up one additional preliminary matter. The next witness is Sergeant Butin, Your Honor. And just as a brief offer of proof, he's going to be testifying in part about the events after he had seized the license plates. You'll recall he was here approximately a week and a half ago and testified regarding the seizure of the license plates. And the sequence of events, Your Honor, was that he went to 4 Jefferson Crossing, essentially, and you'll recall from the suppression hearing also, but he went to 4 Jefferson Crossing essentially to seize the home and also to ensure that certain body search warrants were executed on Mr. Dulos and Ms. Troconis. The court has previously indicated that it did not wish for the state, or did not think that the state should be eliciting evidence of the search warrants. So I guess I'm just looking for some guidance, because that was literally his purpose in going there that day. And my concern, Your Honor, is that if the jury doesn't at least hear that there was some authorization for what they did, they're going to be left with the impression that either, number one, Mr. Dulos and Ms. Troconis were either cooperative, in other words, that they weren't there pursuant to a court order, or two, that the state police just brought them up there without any authorization whatsoever. And so
What the court is concerned about is another argument about probable cause not being in the search warrant. So the court was concerned that once the search warrant was mentioned, there'd be cross-examination about essentially how the actual search warrant lacked probable cause. That's what the court wants to avoid.
I understand. My view, Judge, is that any cross-examination regarding the validity of probable cause in the search warrant is irrelevant to the jury. They're not here to make a legal determination as to whether or not there was probable cause contained within the affidavit itself. That issue has already been decided by the court, and so I don't think it opens the door at all. I'm not getting into the contents. I'm simply explaining why they went there.
Well, if the testimony is essentially, we went there to execute a search warrant, the court sees no problem with that. The court just wanted to avoid another litigating again probable cause.
I understand, Judge.
Are we ready for the jury?
Well, I want some clarification, because I don't know if the fact, there's already been testimony that they went to search the house that day pursuant to a search warrant. He's going to now get into the search warrant for my client for her DNA and whatnot. That was based on some falsehoods that were in the warrant. So if he's allowed to, I don't see how it's relevant. They were there. Were there pursuant to a search warrant. Beyond that, I had no intention of getting in with Officer Detective Butin into anything else, but to say that the jury needs to know that some judge had authorized each of these things, that I don't know how that doesn't open the door to some inquiry on those subjects. So it's already been established that they were there on that Friday pursuant to a search warrant. If that's all he's going to say, I'm not going to object. If it goes beyond that, as far as I'm concerned, it opens the door.
Well, the court does not believe that the testimony is going to go beyond that. That's what the representation of Attorney McGinnis is. The fact that counsel, well, perhaps counsel believes that the jury understands more about search warrants than they do. How would the jury know a judge has to sign a search warrant? How would a jury know that? They wouldn't know it. All they know is that there's a search warrant and there was a search. So the court understands that the testimony is not going to go much further than what Attorney McGinnis represented.
Just to make a full perfected offer of proof here, Judge, I anticipate that Sergeant Butin is going to testify that they went to the house to secure it pursuant to a search warrant, that the Dulos residents, specifically Mr. Dulos, the defendant, mom and daughter, were allowed in to retrieve some personal belongings, and the defendant and Mr. Dulos were brought to Troop L pursuant to a search warrant for other evidence. that's going to be the gravamen of the offer of proof. I'm not going to be going into the content of the search warrants or anything like that.
My concern, if it goes that far, is some people are going to know if judge found probable cause, partially was based on the false representation that Ms. Troconis was not cooperative when Detective Butte knew she had a lawyer.
So, Judge, he keeps saying false representation. Judge White specifically found that that was not a falsehood in his written memorandum of decision on the defendant's Frank's motion to dismiss. And I believe this court may have done the same, if I'm not mistaken. And so, you know, Attorney Schoenhorn keeps saying it's a falsehood, and that has been litigated, I believe, twice already and denied. The only misstatement of fact in either search warrant was the 30 stops, which has already been examined.
I will note that even if the court ruled, that doesn't prevent the jury from making its own determination of credibility, and there's many cases about that. The one that comes to my mind is a case from the early 2000s. I think it's In Re, there are two. There's In Re Adalberto S., and I believe there's a case called Stay versus, I can't remember the second case. It happened to be one of my cases from so many years ago. I just don't remember right now the name of it. That said, just because a judge rules that there was probable cause does not mean that the same issues about falsehoods and whatnot could not be presented to a jury or any fact finder making the final determination at trial. So, but if he's going to get into the specifics, I'm just indicating that I should be allowed then to question whether or not misrepresentations, at least maybe they're not falsehoods, misrepresentations were made just to get those warrants. And he's one of the witnesses who knows that. That's why, if we're not going further than saying they were there pursuant to a search warrant, I'm not going to object, but he wants to go further than that.
The court is not going to have testimony come in that rides the wave of a Frank's hearing. There's not going to be testimony about the lack of probable cause. The court is not going to allow it. That's relitigating matters that have already been litigated. So to ask a witness, isn't it true that you included such and such a statement in the search warrant that wasn't true? The court's not going to allow that. That's the grist for a Frank's motion, which was heard and decided. Attorney McGinnis.
Right, there's one other matter. We're going to start getting into collection of videos. The state has put together 3 and 5 second clips of a car or a truck going by. Many of them you can't even tell, other than they're a red pickup truck, what make or anything. I'm objecting on the rule of completeness. I've watched 10-minute or 15-minute clips of these same videos, and they show multiple similar red trucks going by. I'm objecting on the rule of completeness that they can't play. They think this is one based on their timing for a 3-second clip, and that's the jury should conclude that that must be the same vehicle. So I'm going to object that they're playing these little tiny clips when they should at least be playing 10-minute clips to show how many trucks are going by. And it's misleading to allow it to be played like this.
Well, in that vein, the court believes that cross-examination can address the concerns of the defense. It's clear that some of the jurors drive down the Merritt Parkway every day. And so it's not a matter of them having no experience with a traffic pattern or seeing vehicles on the road. So the court is going to indicate that the credibility or the probativeness, the court should say, of that clip may not land on the jury. And counsel has, through cross-examination, the opportunity to bring that out.
Judge, can I just have maybe a couple of minutes with Detective or Sergeant Newton outside? We don't have to take a break necessarily, but I had told him that I wanted to bring up the search warrant issue. I just want to let him know what he's allowed to testify to. And I do have a disc that I'm going to be introducing through him. I believe these exhibits have already been admitted, but this is a disc specific to him. So I'm just going to give a copy to defense counsel. There's a map, overhead map, and one clip from 77 Mountain on that disc. But I believe they've already been introduced. So if I could just have a moment. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'll return in just a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. We can bring the jury in, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
We had to take up certain matters while you were out of the courtroom, but we are ready to proceed now. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Attorney
Judge,
McGinnis.
the state recalls Sergeant Buten.
And Sergeant Buten is still under oath. You may be seated, Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant Buten, good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, where we left off, you had discovered license plates in Hartford. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
What date did you discover those license plates?
That was Friday, May 31st, 2019.
I'd like to talk to you now about some of the steps that you took after you seized the license plates. Could you indicate for the jury what you did?
Yes. Sometime after seizing the license plates, I received a telephone call from Detective Sergeant Bisson informing me that some search and seizure warrants had been approved, specifically for the home at 4 Jefferson Crossing and the persons of Mr. Dulos and Ms. Troconis. And so I was instructed to head over to the area of 4 Jefferson Crossing, among other detectives, to meet there and discuss what we were going to do going forward.
You mentioned other detectives also responded. Who responded to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Detective Fitzsimons, Trooper Dwayne Loprior was also assigned to Western District Major Crime, and Sergeant Al Bisson.
Approximately what time did you arrive before Jefferson Crossing?
I don't recall the actual time, but it was sometime in the late afternoon, early evening.
When you arrived, what did you do?
We met down the road. We parked our vehicles down the road from the property. We met with Sergeant Bisson, and he informed us about the warrants, what the warrants encompassed, and that we were going to go down the street and see if they were home, seize them, and to seize the residence so that we could perform a subsequent search of the home.
How did you approach the house?
I honestly can't recall if we left our cars down the street or if we drove up after. So it would have been either by driving up to the property or on foot, but I can't recall.
Upon reaching the property of Fort Jefferson Crossing, what did you do?
We walked onto the property. One of us knocked on the door. I'm not positive who that was. There was no answer at the house.
After there was no answer, what happened next?
Sergeant Bisson attempted to contact Mr. Dulos on his cell phone, I believe several times, and Mr. Dulos did not answer Sergeant Bisson's phone call.
Were those calls made in your presence?
Yes, they were.
Since you were not able to make contact with Mr. Dulos, what were you doing?
We were standing on the property. I believe some of the guys may have been looking through the windows just to try to see if it looked like anyone was home. It didn't appear to be.
As you were standing on the property of Fort Jefferson Crossing, did you notice what appeared to be a white Jeep Cherokee driving on Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, I did.
What direction on Jefferson Crossing was it traveling?
So it came off of the main road, so it was traveling from the main road down the street toward the residence that we were at.
How fast was it traveling?
Not very fast, just kind of maybe 5-10 miles an hour.
Had you seen this particular vehicle prior to May 31st?
Yes.
Where had you seen this vehicle?
So prior to that, I can't recall the specific day, but it was sometime that week, Detective Ryan Frechette and I were on Sturbridge Hill Road in the town of New Canaan. We knew that the Ford Group owned a house that they were building and trying to sell on that road, so we were doing a canvass of the area. While we were down there, we noticed that the vehicle was parked on that property.
So were you familiar with the fact that this vehicle was owned by Ford Group?
Yes. So at the onset of this case, the supervisor and the case officer had identified multiple people who were associated with Ford Group to include vehicles, and that happened to be one of the vehicles that was registered to the Ford Group.
As the vehicle was traveling slowly, were you able to see the operator?
I was able to make out that it was a white male with a crew-style haircut.
Based on how the operator appeared to you, did you believe that it might be Mr. Dulos?
I did.
Why?
So I was informed of what Mr. Dulos looked like earlier in the week. And it was a middle-aged white male, average build and height, and specifically that he had a crew cut style haircut.
Where did the white Jeep Cherokee travel?
So it continued down the street. It didn't stop at the house. The operator wouldn't really look at us. He just kept driving down the road past the house. And at some point we lost sight of it. And shortly thereafter, it appeared to have turned around because it was now coming back toward us.
I can't remember if I asked you this, but Jefferson Crossing is not a through street. Is that correct?
No, it's a private road with that ends in a cul-de-sac.
In other words, there's one entrance, one exit.
Correct.
When you regained sight of the white Cherokee, what direction was it traveling now?
Outbound, so back toward the main road to exit the neighborhood.
As you observed the white Jeep Cherokee heading outbound, what did you do next?
Based on the fact I knew that we had a search warrant for the person of Mr. Dulos, and that vehicle was believed to be registered to his company, and the individual driving it appeared to match his description as it was known to me. I walked out into the street along with Detective Fitzsimons, and I signaled for the operator to stop his vehicle and to pull over.
Where did the operator pull over?
He stopped right in the middle of the street.
Were you now able to see the operator more clearly?
Yes, I was.
Was the operator Mr. Dulos?
No, he was not.
Did you ask the operator to identify themselves?
Yes, I did.
How did the operator identify themselves?
I can't recall if he provided a driver's license or not. I have to take a peek at my report for that. But we did identify him as Mr. Pavel Gumini, who was the project manager for the Ford Group. So he was an employee of Mr. Dulos's.
And was Mr. Gumiani still in the Cherokee at this point?
Yes, he was.
Did you have a discussion with him about what he was doing?
I did.
Can you describe that discussion for the jury?
Yes, so I asked Mr. Gumini where he was coming from, and he had indicated to me that he was coming from the property down in New Canaan that they were working on. So yeah, he said he was coming back from New Canaan.
Describe Mr. Gumiani's demeanor for the jury.
He appeared to me to be very nervous. I noticed that his breathing rate was elevated. He was breathing at a higher rate than you would expect someone to be, just, you know, driving in a car. I also observed the carotid artery in his neck was pulsating, indicating that his heartbeat was beating pretty fast.
Was anyone else from the state police in the immediate area as you're having this interaction with Mr. Gumiani?
Yes, Detective Fitzsimons.
Based on Mr. Gumiani's demeanor, what did you do?
I asked Mr. Gumini if he had anything illegal in the vehicle that I should be made aware of. He related to me that he did not, and then I was free to search the car if I wanted to.
At some point, was he asked to step out of the vehicle?
Yes, he was.
Why?
Based on his appearance in terms of his rapid breathing, the elevated heart rate, and the fact that he gave me consent to search the car, at that point I was going to remove him to further investigate. So for officer safety purposes, my intent would be to pat him down to continue our dialogue further and just kind of remove him from the vehicle to ensure that he doesn't have any weapons on him or anything that could harm myself or the other detectives who were with me at the time.
As you were patting him down, what did you notice?
I noticed that his shirt was soaked in sweat.
Did you ask Mr. Gumiani about the sweat?
I did. So as I stated earlier, Mr. Gumini had indicated to me that he was coming up from the New Canaan area. Based on what I knew about the travel distance, that was at a minimum of an hour to 2 hours of drive time, depending on the traffic. And I had indicated to Mr. Gumini that I thought it's suspicious that his shirt was soaked in sweat, as it was due to the fact that he just told me he drove up from New Canaan, presumably inside of an air-conditioned vehicle. I didn't feel that his shirt would be so sweaty if he was in a car for that long in the air conditioning.
How did he respond?
He then elaborated further on his comings and goings and stated that after coming from New Canaan, he stopped down the road at a property also owned by Mr. Dulos, number 585 Deercliff, and he had indicated to me that he was removing vehicle seats from a Porsche that belonged to Fotis so that he could put them into his own truck.
And did you subsequently learn what Mr. Gumiani's truck was?
After that, yes, we learned that he owned, excuse me, a 2001 Toyota Tacoma pickup truck, color red.
Did you ever search the Cherokee?
No, so again, after he provided that he had been down at 585 Deercliff Road to remove vehicle seats from the Porsche, he then stated that because it was Mr. Dulos's vehicle, he did not feel comfortable consenting to a search, so he revoked consent at that point.
After he revoked consent, did you look inside the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And just to be clear, when I say you looked inside the vehicle, you didn't enter the vehicle.
No, I looked through the windows.
And when you looked through the windows, can you tell the jury what you saw?
Yes, so I noticed that there were a bunch of paper towels in the utility area, so we're talking like the back of the Jeep. Also, it appeared to be some hand tools, and I noticed that there were the seats that appeared to be vehicle seats that were lying on their side, also in the back of the car.
Was the Cherokee or any of its contents taken by you or any other state police that day in your presence?
Not that day, no.
Directing your attention now back to Mr. Dulos and the defendant, you indicated that Sergeant Bisson was not able to reach Mr. Dulos via telephone. Do you recall that?
That is correct.
Did Sergeant Bisson make a request of Mr. Gumiani?
Yes, he did.
What was that request?
Sergeant Bisson asked Mr. Gumani if he could call his boss to notify him that we wanted to speak to him and that we had search warrants for him and Mr. Troconis.
And did Mr. Gumiani make that phone call in your presence?
Yes, he did.
Incidentally, had you become aware that Mr. Dulos had a second cellular phone?
Yes.
And when did you become aware of that?
So at some point during that week, it was relayed to me by the case officer that they were aware of a second phone and that they had applied for a search warrant.
You know, I'm going to object that this is all hearsay and it's outside the scope of this witness's personal knowledge.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge. Mr. Gumiani called Mr. Dulos in your presence, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
And after Mr. Gumiani called Mr. Dulos in your presence, what happened next?
Shortly thereafter, Mr. Dulos and Mr. Troconis showed up to the house. I don't recall specifically if they came with Mr. Troconis' mother and child or if they came later, but I know for sure at least Mr. Dulos and Mr. Troconis had appeared in their black Chevy Suburban.
And approximately how long after the phone call would you say this was?
My understanding is they were at a ski pond in Avon, so I don't know the specific time, but it was pretty consistent with them probably leaving right away and coming right back to the house.
Do you recall what vehicle Mr. Dulos arrived in?
It was a black Chevy Suburban.
When Mr. Dulos, the defendant's mother and daughter arrived, did you greet them?
Yes,
Where did you greet them?
right in the driveway as soon as they came back.
And did Sergeant Bisson also greet them?
Yes.
Based on the information that you had regarding 4 Jefferson Crossing, did you or anyone else from the state police inform Mr. Dulos, the defendant's mother and daughter, that they would not be allowed back in the home?
I can't recall who related that information specifically, but yes, that was communicated to them, that it was anticipated the search was going to be lengthy, and that they most likely would not be able to spend the night in the home.
Was there a request made for those individuals to be able to pack overnight bags?
Yes, there was.
And who, if anyone, made the decision to allow them to pack overnight bags?
Sergeant Bisson decided to accommodate their request, and they were each individually allowed to go into the house under supervision to pack clothing and hygiene items, things that they would need to spend the night somewhere.
And when you indicated under supervision, who escorted them into the home?
I did.
You mentioned earlier that there was a search warrant for Mr. Dulos and Ms. Troconis. Where were the defendant and Mr. Dulos to be brought that day for that search warrant?
So we were instructed that they were to come to Troop L in Litchfield, which is Western District headquarters, and the Western District Major Crime Van is stationed there. So that's where they made the decision to do that search.
And did you speak with someone named Eugene Riccio that day?
Yes, I did.
Who is Eugene Riccio?
My understanding was Mr. Riccio was the attorney representing Mr. Dulos at the time.
And did Mr. Riccio make any requests of you?
He did.
What requests did he make?
So we wanted to take Mr. Dulos and Mr. Troconis to drive them in our vehicles to Troop L. Mr. Riccio objected to that. He asked if they could drive themselves. So I then asked my supervisor, Sergeant Ventresca, if he was going to be good with that. And he related that was fine. And so that's what ended up happening.
And was it agreed that they would be escorted by police up to Troop L?
Yes.
Were you part of that escort?
No, I was not.
Was Mr. Gumiani still in the area while the defendant, Mr. Dulos, and company arrived?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was parked, I believe, in the driveway. He was standing around.
And did he eventually provide transportation in the Cherokee to the defendant's mother and daughter?
I believe he did, yes.
Where were they taken?
To whatever area hotel they had planned to spend the night at.
Did you travel to Troubel eventually?
Yes, I did.
And when you arrived at, well, why did you travel to Troubel?
I had the license plates secured in my trunk from earlier that day, and so they needed to be brought to Troubel so they could be entered into evidence. And so that was the purpose of my journey to hell.
And upon arrival at Troubel, did you give the license plates to Detective Riley?
I did.
While at Troubel, did you encounter the defendant and Mr. Dulos?
I did.
Where did you see them?
They were in the conference room inside the barracks.
Was anyone else present?
I believe so, yes.
Who was present?
I can remember Detective Clabby being there, Sergeant Duva, Detective Riley, and then some of the other van detectives were in and out.
During this interaction, were you able to see the defendant's facial expressions?
Yes, I was.
Approximately what time was this?
I would estimate sometime between 9 and 10 p.m.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor and what she did in your presence?
Yes, so she was seated in a chair. Her head was between her legs, head in hands, and just was rocking back and forth.
Did she do anything else in your presence?
She did.
What did she do?
At some point, she looked over at Fotis with what I would describe a stern look, and she made eye contact with
I would
him.
object to his characterization of someone's, what he calls a look.
It's appropriate opinion, Judge.
Well, it's based on the perception of the witness. Overruled.
You may finish your answer, sir.
So yeah, so what I would describe as a stern look, and was just shaking her head back and forth at him.
And when you shaking your head back and forth, which direction is she shaking her head?
The way you would shake your head and to answer a question non-verbally, no.
Did you also have an opportunity to view Mr. Dulos' facial expressions?
I did.
Describe his demeanor and what he did in your presence.
So when the two made eye contact, I would say he made an even sterner look back toward her.
Approximately how long did this interaction take place?
A few moments.
While you were at Troubel, did you notice that Mr. Dulos had a cellular phone with him?
I did, and I had also noticed that at Fort Jefferson because I used the phone to speak to his attorney. He handed it over to me to speak to Mr. Recchio.
And was a decision made to seize that cellular phone?
Yes, it was.
Why did you seize that phone?
Investigators who were working the case had related to me that they were aware of a second phone number that belonged to him. And that coupled with the fact that when I had interviewed Lauren Almeida in New York City, she said that Fotis had told her that that phone and number were new as of Saturday the 25th. And based on what I was told by the other investigators, they knew that to not be true, that the phone existed prior to that day. And so I called down to my supervisor, related that information to him, and he concurred with seizing the phone. And so that's what I did.
How did Mr. Dulos react when you seized his phone?
I asked Mr. Dulos if I could see the phone. He handed it over to me. I asked him what the passcode was. He provided it. I tried the password code to make sure it worked. It did. And he then asked for the phone back. And I related to him that he wasn't going to receive it back. It was going to be seized as evidence in conjunction with the investigation.
Approximately what time did you seize the phone?
Sometime between 9 and 10 p.m.
May I have an exhibit marked, Judge?
Yes.
This is 82 for identification, showing attorney showing one. I believe 82 can become a full exhibit by agreement, Your Honor. I move it in.
Thank you. States 82 admitted as full.
Sorry, oh, you have those, okay. I'm handing you what's been entered into evidence. It's State's Exhibit 82. Just ask if you can familiarize yourself with that, just let us know what it is.
So this is the Apple iPhone that I seized from Mr. Dulos on the evening of May 31st, 2019.
Thanks for assessing. After you seized Mr. Dulos's phone, did he and the defendant leave the True Bell Barracks?
Yes, so he did ask to look into the phone to get some phone numbers out of it. Detective Clabby gave him a pen and paper, and I did supervise him while he opened up the phone so that he can get some of his contacts out. I know specifically he wanted his lawyer's number, so we did help him facilitating that. And then sometime after that, they did leave the barracks. Yes.
And did they leave on their own, or were they transported by law enforcement personnel?
No, they left on.
I want to direct your attention now to a couple of days later, specifically Sunday, June 2nd, 2019. Were you given any assignments that day in connection with this case?
Yes.
And what assignment were you given?
Detective Fitzsimons and I were instructed to go meet with Mr. Gumini at his residence to attempt to interview him.
Where did Mr. Gumiani live?
27 Springbrook Lane in the town of Simsbury.
And what type of home is this?
As a single family residence. I'm not sure the square footage.
And did you interview him?
We did.
And as part of that interview, did you end up seizing his cellular phone?
Yes, we did.
And did Mr. Gumiani provide consent for you to seize the cellular phone?
Yes, he did.
And was that after speaking with his lawyer, Lindy Urso, on the telephone?
Yes, it was.
Did you part company with Mr. Gumiani at any point?
After we were completed with our interview and took his phone, yes, we departed his residence.
And did there come a point in time where you returned to the residence?
Yes, there was.
Approximately how long after you left his home did you return to the residence?
I don't recall the specific time, but it was sometime later that day.
Why did you return to the residence?
We were instructed to seize the Jeep Cherokee that was at his residence. Based on information we had gleaned through the interview, it became known to us that it was at 80 Mountain Spring on the day Ms. Dulos disappeared.
When you approached Mr. Gumiani's residence, were you able to see the Cherokee?
Yes,
Where was it parked?
in the driveway of the residence.
And just to be clear, this is the same Cherokee that you had stopped Mr. Gumiani in on May 31st, is that correct?
That is correct.
Were there any other vehicles in the driveway at this time?
Not that I can recall, no.
How was it removed from the driveway?
By a flatbed tow truck.
In speaking with Mr. Gumiani, was any additional evidence seized from him that day?
Yes. He offered to us that he had a work laptop issued to him by Mr. Dulos. And he made a statement to the effect of, if I were going to use a computer to research things, I would use one that didn't belong to me. And at that point, I asked him if we could have the computer, and he had complied. He went into his residence and retrieved it and brought it back out to us. And he provided his username and password for the computer.
I want to direct your attention now to 80 Mountain Spring Road. First of all, what is 80 Mountain Spring Road?
My understanding of 80 Mountain Spring Road, it was a large high-end home that was owned by the Ford Group, and that was for sale.
And are there any homes located across the street?
Yes, there are.
What is the address of the home located across the street?
That would be number 77.
At some point, did you respond to 77 Mountain Spring Road in Farmington?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what date you responded?
I would have to take a peek at my report. I don't recall off the top of my head.
If I could just have a moment, Your Honor. May I have this marked for identification, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is 83 for ID, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Butin, I'm handing you your report. And I'm just going to ask that you read the first line of your report silently to yourself and look up when you're done. Has your memory been refreshed, sir?
Yes.
What date did you respond to 77 Mountain Spring Road?
That was on Tuesday, June 4th, 2019.
And what was your purpose in going there?
I was instructed by my supervisor to respond to that residence, as it was made known to them that there was some potential surveillance footage that may have a view of the 80 Mountain Spring Road property.
When you arrived at the residence, was anyone home?
Yes.
Who was home?
Both occupants, so Mr. James Manafort and Mr. Jolien Manafort.
And did you speak with the Manaforts about whether or not they had a home surveillance system?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to review their home surveillance footage on June 4th?
I did.
How were you able to review it?
So typically what I do when I'm going to pull surveillance footage from somewhere is I want to verify the date and time stamp as it correlates to real time. Oftentimes it's not accurate, and it's important for us to do that, so when we're reviewing everything, we have everything accurately documented. So I asked Mr. Manafort if I could go and see where his live feed was for the camera system, and he took me up to where it was. I looked at it. I used my phone, this is GPS time, and indicated that the date and time stamp on the surveillance footage was fast by 24 hours and 10 minutes.
Were you able to download the footage on that day?
I was not.
Did you make arrangements for the footage to be downloaded?
Yes, I did.
I believe Trooper Sedensky eventually downloaded it.
Yes, she did.
And was there in fact a camera at the Manafort residence which captured 80 Mountain Road?
Yes, there was.
Which camera was that?
I don't recall specifically which camera, but seeing the footage in my memory, it was somewhere over, if you're facing the left side of the house, it would have been somewhere over toward the left side of the house, near the front. You had a view of the driveway of 77, so their driveway, and then the street, and then the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring.
And at a certain point during the course of the investigation, directing your attention to, actually, I suppose, 5 months later or so, did you have an opportunity to review the surveillance footage?
I did.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you were familiar with the fact that Pavel Gumiani drove a 2001 Toyota Tacoma, is that correct?
Correct.
Had you seen photographs of the Tacoma during the course of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what the Tacoma looked like for the jury?
It was a 2001 model red pickup truck. Without looking at the photographs now, I can't really point out some of the unique characteristics it had. However, the owner of the vehicle was able to do so. Yeah.
So you had some general familiarity with what the Tacoma looked like, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. I have this marked for identification.
Yes.
This is 84 for ID. Movements evidence.
I wish to, what year?
Yes.
Detective Hewton, before we look at video, I just want to be clear. This is clips from the surveillance camera system at 77 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
That is correct. I understand it that the cameras were maybe motion activated. So I understand it's not like a complete continuous cycle of video. That's how I understood it.
Well, when you were looking at it, did you watch hours at a time?
You know, I don't recall specifically. I'd have to take a peek at my report. I honestly don't remember. I could remember the cybercrime Trooper Sedensky, telling me that it was clipped, but it was so long ago now. Looking at it, I can't say if it was continuous or not. I really don't remember.
In any event, even if it shut off at a certain point, you understand that a surveillance system can shut off after a minute, after 10 minutes, or after 45 minutes, correct?
Yeah, I think it varies depending on the system.
Do you recall whether, if anything, activated these cameras, they stayed on for at least 45 minutes or an hour each time?
I can remember looking at a significant amount of video, so I think that would probably be pretty accurate. I'm sorry, I apologize. I wouldn't describe it as like a ring video, like really short portions, so I think that's pretty accurate. I think they're long segments of video.
Were these segments then that are going to be shown on this particular disc ones that you know are just selected from a larger number of clips?
That I don't know.
Does it go from May 23rd?
I'd have to look at my report and Trooper Sedensky's report. I'm not sure what date ranges were taken. I know it was at least 24 hours. It may have been more than that. But without looking at the documents, I don't want to commit to one way or the other. I don't know.
As you sit here today, do you remember seeing other days, or is it just the ones that are going to be shown today?
So I reviewed the morning of May the 24th. Yeah, no worries. So Detective Clabby and I broke up the footage. He took from midnight on, so like the day prior. So there's one indicator that there was more than a day. And then I took midnight on, starting on the 24th. So we kind of broke it up to kind of share the load, if you will.
As I understand, you were told or understand that the video time that's embedded is wrong, correct?
I discovered that myself, yes.
Okay, and how did you learn that that was wrong?
Well, this is
I'll
going
withdraw
beyond
the
voir
question.
dire.
And do these clips, are they limited to certain periods of time though, or are they the whole clip that you would see from the time the camera goes on till when it shut off on its own?
I could remember watching the video on fast forward, so I think there's a pretty significant chunk of video there. So I guess that's the best I could answer that without actually watching it right now or seeing it. I mean, this was years ago when I reviewed it.
I'm not going to object, Your Honor.
What is the number, please?
Judge, this is 84. I'll move it in.
States 84 admitted as full.
Sergeant Buten, while that is buffering and getting ready to play, I want to just direct your attention to your review of the surveillance footage. Were you looking for a vehicle consistent with Pavel Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma?
Yes, I was.
And did you discover on the surveillance footage a vehicle which was consistent with that Toyota Tacoma?
Yes, I did.
And before we play the footage, can you just describe to the jury what you observed?
At approximately 5:35 a.m. on May the 24th, real time. Actually, it might have been. Well, I'd have to look at the video. It's a 24-hour and 10-minute off. So sometime approximately 5:30 in the morning. When I see the video, I'll know the exact time. I observed what was consistent with a red pickup truck departing 80 Mountain Spring Road. It pulls out into the street, makes a left, heading toward what would be Route 4, Farmington Avenue, I believe.
Your Honor, on Exhibit 80, there's two files. I'm going to ask that we play the first file, which is a video clip.
Thank you.
And if you could just orient the jury, where on this video do you observe the red pickup?
So it's actually coming out now. You can see it's coming out of the driveway of the property of 80 Mountain Spring. And so based on my observations of the time frame, this is on 5/24 at 5:35 a.m. based on the 24 hours and 10 minutes ahead of what real time is.
And just so the record is clear as to what you just indicated, the video in the upper right-hand portion near the timestamp depicted what appears to be a red pickup truck exiting the driveway at 80 Mountain Spring Road and making a left. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we can just pull up the second file. Detective Buten, do you see this map?
I do.
Could you just orient the jury as to where 80 Mountain Spring Road is on this map and where 77 Mountain Spring Road is?
Yes, sir. So this road here is delineated as Mountain Spring Road, and this is number 77 for residents, where we have a surveillance camera that has a view out toward this direction, where you can see the truck coming out of the driveway of the Mountain Spring Road.
And just so the record is very clear, you indicated that the road, which is to the left in the photograph running from top to bottom, is 80 Mountain Spring Road, and the visual is two separate houses, one on the left and one on the right. You indicated that the house on the left is 77 Mountain Spring, and the one on the right is 80 Mountain Spring Road. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. This is 80 Mountain Spring.
Thank you, sir. When, if a vehicle is to make a left out of 80 Mountain Spring Road, are there any major highways that that road connects with or is approaching?
Several.
Which ones?
I'm familiar with, I believe that road actually comes out to Route 4 in Farmington. You can make your way to I-84, Route 6, depending on which direction of travel. There's a lot of different ways you could end up going from there. But to come off of Mountain Spring Road, I'm almost positive that will be out onto Farmington Avenue, which is Route 4.
If I could just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Judge, I have nothing further at this time. I would just ask to return the exhibit to the clerk.
Okay, we should probably take our morning recess at this
Yes, Judge.
time. And ladies and gentlemen, we will resume at 11:50. Please do not discuss the case. Thank you.
All rise. Court is now in recess until 11:50. Please exit the courtroom. Superior Court is now open and back in session. The Honorable Judge Randolph presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated.
This one was the next one.
I just want to make sure that I'm putting in the one that, the video that was just shown. I don't want to put the wrong, I'm trying to balance.
Jury back in. We're not going to have a dispute in the gallery. We're not going to have a dispute in the gallery. Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes. Since we're doing our own audio-visual stuff today, I'm going to work a little bit from my desk and then talk up there when I have some questions. So I just wanted to show you the clip that was just shown to you before the break, if I may. And I'm going to stop it right here. Now, if you look at this image, and I've stopped it, it says May 25th, 2019 at 5:45 and 28 seconds, but your testimony is that this is actually May 24th, 2019 at 5:35 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And before I go forward, I'll note that this shows the roadway that's just in the distance. The Mountain Spring Road is the pavement you see just below the embedded time and date up at the top, correct?
Yes, sir.
The driveway is just under where the numbers 2019 5:40, 5:28 are. Well, actually, to be more specific, it's the driveway entrance is where the numbers 45:28 and AM are, correct?
The driveway of 80 Mountain Spring you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And we also see that from this still image where I stopped the video, that the foreground is the driveway, correct? Of the home,
Of 77?
of 77, yes.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And if you were at 77 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Yes, I was.
And Mountain Spring Road had a separate, 77 had a separate entrance into it, back onto Mountain Spring Road to the left, correct?
I don't remember that.
It's not a crescent driveway that comes out on the other side there?
Not that I can recall. I'm not disputing it. I just don't remember it that way.
Well, we'll go to the Google satellite picture in a minute, but I don't want to get off this for a second. We also observed that the pavement of the driveway is wet, correct?
I don't know that I can characterize the pavement as wet or freshly paved or surfaced. I don't know that I could say that it's wet or not. I'm not sure.
Didn't you say you watched the entire night video of that was of the surveillance from about midnight all the way through into May 24th?
I did on fast forward.
And didn't you see in ones that we haven't seen both rain and reflection of rain?
I don't recall, honestly. I'd have to be showing the video to say whether I remember that or not. I don't remember.
So I just want to play this clip. I'll start it at the beginning. This whole clip is, according to what it says up there, is 19 seconds, right? If you look at right there, the number is 19. We start at 0. If we play it, it goes for 19 seconds, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me play it one more time for you. So the red pickup truck that you see in the pulling out of the driveway is obscured by landscape trees that we see up in the right-hand corner of the video, correct?
Partially at times, yes.
You can't tell who's in it.
No, sir.
You can't tell how many people are in it, right?
No.
And and you don't see anybody driving in to the 80 Mountain Spring Road driveway, do you?
No, sir. No.
In the entire night of watching those videos, you don't see any vehicle pull into that address, 80 Mountain Spring, correct?
I do not remember seeing that. That's correct.
You don't see any pedestrians walking in there that may have activated the videos, correct?
Also correct.
You don't see any other vehicles of any sort, whether person power or motor vehicles, correct?
Also correct.
And so then I'm also clear about what we can, or what you had watched during the night. We're talking about each time that the camera activated, it was between 45 minutes to an hour at a time, right?
I believe that to be accurate, but I don't want to commit because, I just don't remember.
You would at least admit that this 12-second or 19-second clip is part of a much longer clip that begins when it's still dark out, right?
I do remember it being dark, beginning to watch the video, yes.
And there are other lengthy videos you watched during the night where it was also dark out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mountain Spring Road, does it have many streetlights?
I don't believe it does. I don't think
It's a
so.
very dark, windy road, right?
That would be an accurate portrayal,
An accurate one.
description,
right?
yes.
It comes out, you said, if you keep going south, which would be to the right off of this video screen, you eventually come down to Route 4, correct?
That's correct.
And for the benefit of people who aren't from up that area, Route 4 is a main road that goes up into the northwest corner of Connecticut, right, through Litchfield County, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the other direction, it goes at least into Hartford, right?
I believe so, yes.
And I don't know if it goes past Hartford in the other direction, but at least it goes into downtown Hartford, right?
I'm going to go with I'm not too sure about that, but I'm not going to dispute it either.
Okay, it becomes Farmington Avenue in downtown Hartford, doesn't it? Goes past the train station,
Yes, that sounds accurate.
okay, where I-84 crosses several times. It's parallel to Interstate 84 along that route there.
Yes, sir. You're referring to the Hartford train station over there? Is
Oh,
that?
yeah, the Hartford train station.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, and also you had mentioned that Route 4 eventually goes to I-84, but there's multiple places along Route 4 where you can pick up Interstate 84, correct?
I believe that to be accurate, yes.
And again, for people that are from up there, Interstate 84 goes from the city of Danbury on the New York border, all the way up towards the northwest part of Connecticut, towards Sturbridge, Massachusetts, right?
Yes, sir.
And it does eventually, right after that, connect with the Mass Turnpike I-90, right?
That's correct.
Now, the other item you were shown on, and if I could just have, this exhibit that I'm showing is numbered what now? 83, I believe? I don't want to say the wrong number.
84.
84. The other thing you were shown was, it was referred to as a map, but in fact, this is a satellite image of the area, correct?
That's accurate, yes.
And we were talking about this being 77 Mountain Spring Road to the left of this image, correct? This is the second image on that same exhibit, right?
Yes.
And does this refresh your recollection that the driveway continues and has a separate and second entrance onto Mountain Spring Road further away from the house, right?
So I don't remember that. I only went in and came out that way. But obviously, yes, that's what the satellite image depicts for sure.
Right. And does that at least refresh your recollection that that's the way the house was laid out with two entrances?
Yes,
But 80 Mountain Spring Road only had the one driveway entrance, correct?
that's correct.
And the property itself is surrounded by trees, right? That is 80 Mountain Spring, right?
Yes.
You've been on that property, right?
Yes, I have.
And there are other houses, they're not shown in this image, but there are other houses behind on each side of that house there?
It looks like where your mouse pointer is, there's something. I don't remember though what specifically is around it. I do know there's a large open field and there was a heavily wooded area surrounding the property.
Right, there's fields and woods, right?
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about, you testified that you went to on May 31st, you were at 4 Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to offer, there are some images, I have an exhibit, Defense Exhibit O for ID. I understand there's no objection.
I have no objection to Defense O.
Thank you. As full, Attorney McGinnis?
That's correct, Judge.
Defense O admitted as full.
recognize an Exhibit O in the first image that I'm showing you marked 4 Jefferson Crossing aerial north on this exhibit. You recognize what this shows, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
And this is a view of 4 Jefferson Crossing from the south facing the house, with 4 Jefferson Crossing on the other side of the house, the north side of the house, correct?
So my understanding would be that this photo is facing the north, taken from the south. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Yes.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking you about this is that I'm going to ask you about your encounter with Pavel Gumieni that day. Is it your testimony? Were you able to show us on this, on the large screen, where Mr. Gumieni was on Jefferson Crossing when you first observed the white Jeep driving on it?
I don't recall specifically the exact location. It was just somewhere on the street, coming toward the house. Probably when it was passing by the house is when I first noticed it.
So would it have been somewhere between the driveway here and the separate second loop driveway here on this side of the property?
I would surmise, yeah. I mean, I don't think I'd be able to see it from past where those trees are, being on the property.
Well, my question, you said you were in the front someplace, right?
Yes.
Can you identify where you were when you observed the white Jeep?
No, I can't.
Were you on the side after, that is, this house across the street is what, 1 Jefferson Crossing, correct?
I believe that's accurate.
All right, so would it have been to the left side of, and from this image of the driveway, you were closer, or were you close to the right side driveway when you observed the Jeep?
You know, honestly, I don't recall specifically where I was. Yeah, I don't remember.
All right. In any event, you were somewhere in the front. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
If I could just refer to you did write a report about this encounter, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
So let me just ask you a couple of questions as I understand it. So you're somewhere in the front yard when the team is there to at least execute the search warrant at the house and on the individuals, correct?
Yes.
And that's the day you had seized Fotis Dulos' phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And later drove up to Litchfield, right?
Yes.
To bring that phone.
Correct.
So
Well,
what-
no, I'm sorry. So I did not have the phone yet. The phone was seized at Troop L, Mr. Dulos' phone. I had the license plates with me.
Ah, okay. But you were bringing the license plates up to Litchfield. That was but that came later, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're in the front and you see a white Jeep pull into the Jeep Cherokee, pull somewhere along Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes.
And it was heading, if we're just orienting ourselves to the image, to the right of the screen. That is I see there's some kind of a white vehicle that do you see that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
All right, so we're right here. Is this the direction that the vehicle was going when you first noticed it?
Yes, sir. So if we're orienting the map here, he would have been driving from left to right on the screen. So if you were coming to 4 Jefferson Crossing, that's the way he would have come, driving toward the house. However, he didn't stop at the house. He continued on past the house.
You said he was traveling like at 10 miles an hour, right?
I estimated 5 to 10, but not
Very slow.
not very fast.
Okay.
Correct.
And you recognize the car because you said you'd seen it earlier down you said on Sturbridge Hill Road, right?
Yes, sir. So we knew there was a white Jeep Cherokee in play as being registered to the 4 group. And Detective Frechette and I had also observed a white Jeep Cherokee at 61 Sturbridge at some point earlier that week.
That was going to be, it was earlier during that week between May 24th and the 31st, right, that you saw it down there?
So it would have been between May 28th and the 31st.
Fair enough. Did you observe it by actually observing it at 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, or were you looking at some kind of surveillance ring doorbell videos from across the street?
No, sir, we were canvassing the neighborhood, and we actually physically saw it there, parked on the property.
Were you the person or one of the detectives that actually obtained surveillance video from Sturbridge Hill Road from across the street? Was that you?
I don't believe so, sir.
It was someone else.
Yes.
And it wasn't Detective Frechette with you?
It might have been, I would have to look at his report, but we were together canvassing for video, so that sounds accurate.
Okay, all right. So in any event, let me see if I get this straight. You see the vehicle, you recognize it, or believe you recognize it, right?
It's consistent with a white Jeep Cherokee.
Right. It didn't say Ford Group on it on the side, right?
Did not.
But the driver was looking straight ahead as he passed the house, wasn't he?
That's what it appeared to me, yes.
In fact, there's all this activity with several state police cars in and around the property at this moment, right?
That is accurate.
And you have somebody driving, we're looking straight ahead, not even looking over to see what's going on, right?
That's how I remember it, yes.
And that's one of those things that alerted you, or at least raised your suspicions. Isn't that true?
That's accurate.
And the car, as you said, it went down to the right, and there's no other way out of Jefferson Crossing down there, is there?
Not unless you were going to drive through someone's property.
And woods.
Correct.
So it's a cul-de-sac, right?
Yes, sir.
So the car slowly turned around, right?
Well, I didn't specifically see it turned around, just because of the way the street is situated. You can't see the cul-de-sac from where we were, but at some point it had to have turned around because I viewed it coming back out.
It's curved and it dips down a bit, right?
That's correct.
And so that we're clear on this, this street is on the top of Avon Mountain, correct?
I'd have to take a peek at the map. I don't know if it's at the top. I'm not going to dispute it. I can't answer that.
A lot of these images, it's difficult to tell that the topography, but there is Deer Cliff Road and Eli Road are the roads just to the left of this screen, right?
I believe Eli turns into Deer Cliff, like right around Jefferson Crossing.
And if
Yes.
you're coming up Eli, that's a very steep hill to get to Jefferson Crossing, right?
Again, I don't really remember if it's a hill or not, but if you're telling me it is, I'll concede to that. I just don't remember.
I actually will show you something, but I don't want to go out of order here, so I'm just going to see if you remember that or not. At the moment, you don't.
That's correct.
Okay. So the car is coming back. Now, the car did not look like it was going to pull into the driveway at Fort Jefferson, did it?
No, it just kept driving.
So you actually what did you step into the road and flagged it down?
On its way back out, yes.
Did you just explain to us how you did that? Did you jump in? You didn't go in front of the car like this, did you? With your hands up?
Well, so I walked out into the street as it was coming out, and I, with my left hand, just signaled for the operator to stop. I stood in the middle of the road, and he stopped.
All right. So I know it's been a while since you were probably a patrol officer, but that's a signal to put your hand up. It's to stop someone. You hold your hand palm up as a sign to stop a vehicle, correct?
I think a reasonable person would make that inference, yes, sir.
Okay. And you did that.
Yes, I did.
And Mr. Gumieni did stop, right?
Yes, he did.
When you approached the window, right?
Yes, I did.
Did he roll down the window or have it had an electric window button, right?
I'm not that old, but I've never in my career dealt with a window that wasn't electric in my 16 years as a
All right,
trooper.
so-
I think we're past that point.
Yes, we are past the point where somebody has to roll down the window unless it's a really old vehicle, right?
Not since I was a little kid, yeah.
And you noted that the air conditioning was on in the vehicle, didn't you?
It appeared to be, yes.
You started talking to Mr. Gumieni, correct?
Yes, I did.
He identified himself to you as Pavel Gumieni, right?
That's correct.
You said you don't remember if he showed you his license, but you have no reason to think it wasn't him.
No, and I may have documented that in my report. I just can't recall off the top of my head.
You asked him specifically what he was doing in the area, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he was stopping by the Dulos house because he was an employee to drop off some hand tools, right?
That's accurate.
You asked him specifically where he was coming from, right?
I did.
And he told you was coming up from New Canaan and had been working down there that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, at this point, he didn't say anything to you about being over at another property down the street in Avon, did he?
Not at that point, no.
He simply told you that he was stopping by the house to drop off some hand tools for photo studios, right?
Correct.
You said that he seemed to be breathing heavily. Was that your testimony on direct?
That's accurate.
Did you also notice that he seemed to have, like, his carotid artery was like pulsing?
Yes, I could tell that his heartbeat was elevated because of what I saw.
You thought that this seemed a little out of the ordinary to you, right?
It certainly did.
You hadn't even asked him anything more pressing than, what are you doing here and where you're coming from, right?
That's accurate.
You asked him to step out, right?
Yes.
You testified just now that you patted him down, right?
Yes, sir.
You knew it wasn't Photos Dulos at this point, though, right?
Yes, sir. I knew.
And you noticed that I think you used the term that he was, I don't know if you used the word soaking wet, but his clothing was quite wet.
Yes, sir. He was perspiring and his shirt, it was wet to the touch.
I think you actually, in your report, didn't you use the word soaking wet?
I believe that's how I referred to it in my report, yes.
When you asked him, after he told you that he had just driven up from New Canaan, you questioned him about that because of how wet and sweaty he appeared, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was inside an air-conditioned vehicle, right? According to your report, too.
Yes.
And after you asked him that is when the first time he told you that he had actually been at a 585 Deercliff Road removing seats from a car, right?
Yes, that's accurate.
And he told you he did that so he could put them in his truck, right?
Correct.
He didn't tell you that he was doing that at the instruction of Mr. Dulos at that point, did he?
He did not.
He just said, I'm taking these seats out of the, I don't know if he mentioned that it was a Porsche, but he was taking it, he did say to you it was his Porsche, the Porsche, right?
That's correct.
And he was going to put them in his own truck, right? You asked him if you could search the car, right?
Yes.
And he said no.
Well, actually, let me remind that. I didn't ask him if I could search it. When I asked him if there was anything illegal in the car, he offered that I was free to search it if I wanted to.
Okay.
So he actually elicited consent and said, well, not elicited, but offered consent to search the car.
However, he changed his mind, didn't he?
He did.
He said he didn't feel comfortable consenting to your searching. Isn't that true?
Yes, he made a reference that it was his boss's vehicle and he wasn't comfortable with us searching it because it wasn't his.
So he withdrew the verbal consent he had previously given.
Yes, sir, he did.
But you were allowed to look through these windows of the vehicle, right?
It would be in plain view, so yes, I did make it a point to look through to see what I could see inside.
Yeah, and it's perfectly okay if a person's driving a vehicle and you can look through the window, you're allowed to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you saw in the back of the Jeep were what looked like individual bucket seats, right?
Yes, they were lying on their side.
And they were in the rear portion of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, in the utility/cargo area.
Now, you also saw several rolls of paper towels back there too, didn't you?
Also correct.
You also saw a number of hand tools in the back seat, right?
Yes.
Did you see any other tools at all in the vehicle at that point?
Not
Like
that I
power tools?
not that I can recall. I don't even remember specifically what tools were back there.
You then informed Mr. Gumieni if he could contact Mr. Dulos and tell him to come home, right?
I believe Sergeant Bisson did that. Yes.
Were you present when he did that?
Yes.
Because I know you noted that in your report, right?
Yes.
Mr. Gumieni then indicated to you that he had gotten word that Mr. Dulos and Michelle were coming home. They were coming back at that point, right?
Correct.
When they arrived, you introduced yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just going to show you an image which I know I've shown you previously. You recognize this image, sir?
Yes, I do.
And that's you in the navy blue short sleeve shirt with the state police emblem on it, correct?
Black, but yes, sir.
Oh, it's black. Okay. All right. And that's you with the sunglasses on the right, correct?
That is me.
And the person in the striped shirt with the pink stripe down the legs, that's Michelle Troconis, right?
Yes, sir.
And the man on the left is Fotis Dulos, correct?
Also correct.
And that's how he appeared, that is, Fotis Dulos appeared when you saw him on May 31st, 2019, right?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that even though when I say you all, state police, had seized the house at that point, you indicated that that you escorted Michelle Troconis in so she could gather some overnight belongings, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to Michelle Troconis and Fotis Dulos, Michelle's 12-year-old daughter was present as well, correct?
She was there at the property. Yes, sir.
And there was another woman there who was Michelle Troconis' mother. You became aware of that, right?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, do you see the mother here in the courtroom? Do you recognize her?
Just going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, there was testimony about it, Your Honor.
The mother's not on trial.
So without picking her out, you recognize the mother, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I'm going to show you another image. By the way, you don't know who took this picture, right?
I do not. I would presume the media, but I don't know.
You do know that there was media present on May 31st, 2019, when you were at Fort Jefferson Crossing.
There was media at every avenue of this case.
They were sort of following everybody around, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
Taking pictures, whether you liked it or not, right?
Yes, that's right.
Including drones. They were using drones at one point?
I believe I remember that, yes.
Okay. So the next picture I'm going to show you, sorry, that's after. Is that you right there on the side behind the trees?
Yes, sir, that is me.
All right. So the other individuals that we see from the rear is Michelle's 12-year-old daughter, right?
Based on the size and the backpack, I would agree, yeah.
Well, there was no other child present, right?
No.
All right. And the woman with the reddish-brown hair wearing the red sweater, that was Michelle Troconis' mom, right?
I believe so, yes.
Who was there at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who made the decision that Michelle and Fotis Dulos should be brought up to Litchfield to be processed?
I don't know who specifically. That would have been worked out between the commander of the unit and the case supervisor as well as the van sergeant.
You testified that you had a conversation with Attorney Riccio before they were allowed to drive themselves up there, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Originally, the plan was to take them up in a police car.
Yes, sir.
And Litchfield is about 45 minutes or more from from Farmington to where the barracks is, right?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
And what time of the day or night, or should I just say evening, were they escorted up to Litchfield?
I don't recall specifically.
You did go in and allow Ms. Troconis to get an overnight bag, right?
Correct.
You checked everything, though, before it went in the bag, right?
I mean, I didn't physically, inspect the items of clothing individually, but yes, I kept an eye on what was being packed just to ensure that nothing that was covered under the warrant was going to be taken out of the home.
And you recall that then the child's backpack was an overnight bag with clothing for the child as well, right?
I don't remember it specifically. I would assume so, but I don't recall.
You recall, though, clothing for the child being collected for overnight so she could have a change of clothes, right?
My recollection is I think the grandmother did that, yes.
You went in with the grandmother?
Correct.
Got it, okay. And you did a cursory, at least, review of the house, right, when you went in there?
So I don't recall if I went in on the protective sweep or if I stayed outside with them. I'm going to err on the side of caution and say I stayed outside. I do remember being outside with Mr. Dulos and having a conversation with him, making small talk. So I can't remember if I went in for the cursory search or not. I only remember going in to pack their overnight bags with them. I can't recall if I actually went in for the sweep or not. I think I stayed outside with them.
Okay, do you recall being in the office at any point?
No.
All right.
Judge, are we finished with this photograph?
Oh, yeah. And although it's on here and it's been offered, I just want to make sure, you don't recall being up in the ante office where the extra set of stairs are?
No, I do not.
You do not?
No.
You recall seeing the door to the office being in the alcove right where you were standing near the driveway alcove there, the garage alcove?
Kind of knowing the layout of the property as we stand today, I wasn't aware at the time, but yeah, I believe their office space was above the garage. So if you're facing the house, that would be on the right side.
Okay. You testified about observing Michelle Troconis up at the Litchfield Barracks that evening after they had driven themselves up to Litchfield, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you said they were escorted by police, is that right?
My understanding is, yes, there was, the best way I could describe it was a convoy of vehicles, them and theirs, and then the troopers and detectives in their own cars, all kind of just convoying up to the troop.
I won't use the word caravan, like a convoy with some in front and some behind the vehicle. Right?
Yes, that's how I remember it.
Okay. And you said that you observed Michelle looking and shaking her head
Yes,
when they were in the barracks, right?
correct.
Did you see her with her head between her knees and with her head down between her knees?
I did see that, yes.
Okay. And you noticed she was crying?
She was upset, yes.
You testified that Mr. Dulos was staring at her sternly, I think is the term that you used, right?
Yes, after she gave him kind of, a look of disdain, if you will, for lack of a better term, and he gave one back to her.
So you're saying she gave what you called a look of disdain to Dulos, right?
Yes, so it was clear to me, based on my observation, that the two had communicated non-verbally, so facilitated through body
I'm
language.
going to object as non-responsive. I don't know how you could know that they were communicating.
Well, there's no need to engage in a conversation on your objection. The last portion of the response is stricken as non-responsive.
whatever you observed by my client, you're saying that Dulos gave her a more even stronger look or glare at her. Is that a fair way to put it?
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Okay. There's no video of them being up at the barracks, is there?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Were they in an area where there's cameras at the Litchfield barracks?
No, they were in a conference room.
So I'm going to jump now to towards the end there where we started with this, and I'm going back to it because I played the video. You were not able to tell whether there was, who was in the red pickup truck that was pulling out of 80 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Correct.
Or what was in it, right?
In the physical truck itself?
In
No,
the
sir.
truck.
Correct.
You did not observe from any of the angles anyone actually getting into a truck or even starting it up, right?
Also correct.
Before that moment, you didn't observe, well, did you observe any vehicles driving on 80 Mountain Spring Road during the night?
So I believe at some point overnight while it was dark out, you can see a vehicle driving through. You can't make out what type of car it is, but I do remember seeing a vehicle drive down Mountain Spring Road at some point on the footage.
You see headlights?
Yes.
Okay. And it didn't stop, did it? It kept going?
It didn't appear to stop, no.
You indicated that you split the time of viewing it with, was it Detective Clabby, you said?
Correct.
Did you start observing at midnight on May 24th, which looked like midnight and 10 minutes before midnight on May 25th, right?
Yes, that would be accurate around that time. Yes.
Do you know how many hours of video you watched during that night?
I don't recall.
Was it multiple hours?
I believe so, yes.
Did you then go back and look at any of the videos that Detective Clabby was looking at prior to midnight, that is on the 23rd?
I did not.
What time, and I realize I forgot to ask you this question, what time did Michelle Troconis and Photos Dulos leave the Litchfield Barracks on the evening of May 31st?
I don't recall specifically. It was definitely later at night. I know I seized Mr. Dulos' phone sometime between 9 and 10 p.m., so it would have been
After that?
after that.
So it was clearly dark by then.
Yes, sir.
And as far as you knew, they still weren't allowed to go back into their house, right?
As far as I know, no.
When you went to Mr. Gumieni's house on June 2nd, what time were you there?
I don't recall. I would have to look at the report. I remember he signed a consent form for the download of his phone. That form has a time noted on it. So I don't recall exactly what time of day it was without looking at the report.
You testified that he just cooperated and gave consent. Is that what you said before?
Correct. I ended up speaking to his attorney, Lindy Urso, and after he consulted with his attorney, he did give us consent, yes.
Well, the conversation between you and Mr. Urso was recorded, wasn't it?
But yes, it was.
And Mr. Urso protested that you didn't have a warrant for Mr. Gumieni's phone,
I'm
didn't
just
you?
going to object, Your Honor. Irrelevant.
Sustained.
You told Mr. Gumieni that if he didn't let you, if he didn't consent to getting his phone, giving it to you, it would be months before he got it back. Didn't you tell him that?
I don't recall that specifically, but that sounds accurate. I mean, that would be what would happen.
It was only after that that he then consented, right?
I'd have to listen to the recording, but that sounds like it might be accurate.
Okay. And you said you also seized the Jeep Cherokee at that time, right?
So not at that specific time. We were sent back later, the same day.
Did you have a warrant for the Jeep?
We did not. Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you also take a DNA sample from Mr. Gumieni?
Not at that specific instance. We interviewed Mr. Gumini again with his attorney, and my partner, Detective Allegro, took a DNA sample from him.
At that time?
Correct, so
You weren't-
after.
You weren't there for that?
I was.
Oh, you were there?
I watched that. Yeah, that was in the interview room. It was recorded audio, video, and he was in the presence of counsel, Mr. Attorney Urso, and he consented to a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
The other thing I was going to ask you about is, you also testified that you had gone from, you had watched the video at 77 Mountain, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had also been to Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes.
So you were somewhat familiar with that area, right?
Yes, at the time.
All right, so I'm going to show you. There's no objection.
No objection.
Exhibit P, no objection to Exhibit P as a full exhibit.
Defense is P as a full exhibit.
We've been using a lot of Google Maps and diagrams and whatnot. So I'm going to show you a video. I'm going to stop this here for a second. This is now a full exhibit. Do you recognize this to be the area of central Connecticut around where Fort Jefferson Crossing and 7 Mountain Spring Road is? That this is the Avon Farmington area? You recognize it as such?
I don't, honestly, not just by looking at it this way. I'm sorry.
I'll play a little bit more here. I'm going to ask whether you recognize this to be Eli Road, coming up from Mountain Spring Road. And I'm referring now to a diagonal road that starts in the lower right portion going towards the left portion. Do you recognize that or not yet?
No, sir, I'm sorry, I do not.
Well, I'm just going to play this and I'll stop it at various points. All right, I'm going to stop right here. Do you recognize this to be Fort Jefferson Crossing?
It appears to be consistent, yes.
And then this being 1 Jefferson Crossing across the street here?
Yes.
How to make this go here. Again, in the center there, that's clearly shows Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you see the Yukon Health Center and Hospital up in the distance there at the top?
That looks to be accurate. I believe that's on Route 4 or somewhere in the vicinity.
Now, if you look at the road that's traveling in this image, you recognize that now to be Eli Road, heading down towards Mountain Spring Road?
Yes.
Okay. So this would be the direction of travel from Jefferson Crossing down Eli Road towards Mountain Spring, correct?
Yes. I believe so, yes.
And if
I
we
think you have to
follow-
cross Old Mountain Road, I think, before you get to Mountain Spring. Is that accurate?
Say that again?
I think you have to cross Old Mountain Road to get to Mountain
Well, I
Spring.
think we're going to get there in a minute. I'm going to pause this for a second here. You see where there's an intersection here between, I'm pausing it at 2 minutes and 28 seconds. You see where there's a T intersection here, where Eli Road crosses another street here?
Yes, yeah, I believe that's Old Mountain Road.
That's Old Mountain Road in Farmington, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if we go in this direction, which we'll see in a second, if you keep staying on Old Mountain Road, you know that that eventually comes out into the town of Avon, right?
I believe it does.
And it eventually goes into Route 10, right?
Yes, I think so.
And that connects with Route 44, right?
I believe you're right on that, yeah.
Okay, so I'll play it again now. And there's a vehicle passing on there. You see that vehicle that's you see in the middle there that's driving?
It looks like a yellow pickup truck, yes.
Yes, that vehicle would be on Old Mountain Road, right?
That's accurate.
And now that vehicle went right. We are now on Mountain Spring Road, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
And we're heading in the direction of 80 and 77 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also see that in the center there's a double yellow line on Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Appears to be.
And the double yellow line means it's a main road that connects between main roads, right?
Typically, it's a road where the speed limit's a little higher, yes.
The drone is following Mountain Spring Road down from Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Now, the house that's coming up in the distance now to the left, so that we're oriented correctly, that is 80 Mountain Spring on the left, and that's 77 on the right that we see now, right? If I stop the... Am I correct about that?
Yes, that appears to be correct.
And here is the driveway that, of 77 that goes out one way and comes in the other way here somewhere.
Correct.
And here is the property itself, correct?
80 Mountain Spring, yes, sir.
80 Mountain Spring from the, and the driveway is on the other side of this video, correct?
Yes, it's on the opposite side of the house. The driveway wraps around from the left side and then in front of the house and back out to the street.
And if we continue down Mountain Spring Road, eventually we will come to the, you said Route 4?
Yes.
Almost right in downtown, or not downtown, the center of Farmington, correct?
Yes, sir.
The little commercial area of Farmington.
Yeah, as businesses, gas stations, et cetera.
All right. And again, that's 80 on the left and 77 on the right, correct?
Yes.
And as the camera pans up going south, you see that there's a golf course and there's some open fields and a lot of trees there, correct?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And you also see the other mountains in the distance, correct?
Yes.
And as the camera now is panning to the left, you again see homes, right? And you see these are the commercial buildings on Route 4, are they not?
They appear to be.
This whole area is heavily wooded, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
And there's some cliffs here. Looks like the one house in the right corner is built almost on a cliff, right?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
And that's the Yukon Health Center closer, right?
Off in the distance there, yes, on the right side, upper right portion of the screen.
It's all the medical facilities there, correct?
Yeah, the
And it's
medical
heavily-
examiner's office is there as well, I believe.
What is there?
The medical examiner's office?
Yes, it's probably one of these buildings right around here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is all heavily wooded area, correct?
Yes.
And, oh, I'm going to stop right there. Up here, that's the city of Hartford right there, isn't it?
Yes, yes, it is.
It's all the downtown buildings, right?
Yes.
And if we're looking at the city of Hartford, we're looking east, right?
Yes, yeah, from where I assume it's a drone, where the drone is, it appears to be, the city's out toward the east, yes.
And once again, we see Eli Road in the foreground in the lower part of this video.
I believe so, yes.
Does this help orient you to the fact that Jefferson Crossing was on top of Avon Mountain?
Yes, it does.
Now you see as we're approaching, there's a body of water that we're viewing that's between the city of Hartford and where the drone is. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's part of the MDC reservoir area, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
And if we look way in the distance, just for orienting sense, that's Massachusetts that you see way, way in the distance, the bluish mountains, correct?
That appears to be accurate, yes.
In fact, does this look like it might be Holyoke Mountain right there?
Oh, I couldn't say.
All right, fair enough. Now I'm going to stop the video for a second. This area where the power lines are, you see that there?
Yes, sir, I do.
That is a gravel utility road, correct?
Appears so.
Did you go in there at all?
No, I did not personally.
You didn't accompany Ms. Troconis when she went with the police to show where the motorcyclists go, right?
No, I did not.
But it's not a paved road through there, is it?
It doesn't appear to be, but I've never been back there, so I can't say with certainty.
You're not
It
a
doesn't,
hiker?
it
You're not a
doesn't.
hiker?
Say what?
You're not a hiker?
I don't hike power line trails. No, I'm more of a runner myself.
Okay,
Judge, you paused it at 10:31.
that's true.
Thank you.
Yeah. You see in the background there, another lake appearing, you see that?
I do.
That's where Route 44 is, isn't it?
Hard to say, but if I'll concede to that if that's what you're saying. I don't know though.
I just want to be clear, you're familiar a little bit with the power lines, right? And I'm just going to reorient myself. So this is still for Jefferson Crossing down here on the bottom right. Stop this at 12 minutes and 11 seconds, right?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
And I want to be clear, these high-tension power lines, they don't continue near 80 Mountain Spring Road, do they?
I don't know, honestly.
They come out near the Yukon Health Center, don't they?
I don't know.
And this is the drone landing, so I'll turn it off if the state wants me to play the rest of the extra minute. I would
No,
do so.
I think we've seen enough.
All right. So I just want to be clear after we watch that video. 4 Jefferson Crossing was near the pinnacle of that portion of Avon Mountain, right?
Appears, yes, so,
It was a very wooded area, correct?
yes,
There were also a lot of homes with yards and fences and whatnot in that area, correct?
correct.
And the only road between Jefferson Crossing and 80 Mountain Spring was Eli Road down to Old Mountain Road, hang a quick right and then turn left and continue straight down to that location, correct?
Yes, sir.
The only other way to get there would be to come up from the area near the Yukon Health Center that we saw and the commercial buildings that were in that part of Farmington, correct?
Yeah, I believe you'd come off of like a Talcott Notch Road, and then from that area maybe.
Well, Talcott Notch, we didn't talk about Talcott Notch, but Talcott Notch and Old Mountain Road, you have to cross both of those roads before you get to Route 4, right?
I believe you do.
And then you come to where the commercial areas are, including the gas stations, right?
Yes,
The medical buildings are down there,
correct.
and then there's an entrance to I-84 in Farmington, right?
Oh, there is.
And if you go the other way on Route 4, eventually you go right into West Hartford where there's a Stop and Shop, right?
I believe so.
And I just have a couple more questions. Did you, when you split up the review of the videos from 77 Mountain Spring Road with Detective Clabby, did you consult with each other and discuss what each of you found or not?
Oh, we did.
Did you then go and view what he had looked at?
No, I did not.
He just told you what he had seen, right?
I believe so, yes.
And same thing with you. When you did your view, he didn't come in and watch it, you just told him what you had seen.
That's accurate.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Well, it's probably a better idea to continue redirect after the luncheon recess.
Yes, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will stand in our luncheon recess today until 10 minutes after 2. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good lunch.
Yes.
All rise. Court is now in recess until 2 o'clock. Please exit the courtroom.
We can bring the jury in waves. Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge. Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, over the lunch hour, I had an opportunity to reflect, and I'm actually not going to be doing a redirect of Sergeant Butte, and I just wanted to note that for the record in front of the jury.
Okay, thank you. So Sergeant Butin, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He is still under subpoena, subject to possible recall.
Thank you.
I do have the next witness up, Your Honor, if I can. The state would call Greg LeBeau to the stand. If I may just approach the clerk, Your Honor, mark a few things.
Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Gregory LeBeau. It's Gregory, LeBeau, Lebeau.
Thank you.
And you may be seated. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Mr. LeBeau, were you previously employed by the Connecticut State Police?
I was.
And did you retire?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
When did you retire?
2022.
Okay. If you could you please explain to the jury a little bit about your training and experience as a Connecticut State Police trooper?
Sure. In 2000, I entered the State Police Academy. I was trained in criminal investigation, motor vehicle accident investigation, and other aspects of policing. In 2001, I graduated, at which point I was assigned to Troop G as a patrol trooper.
And can I ask you, what rank were you when you retired?
Trooper first class.
And what was your assignment?
At the end of my career, I was a school resource officer.
How many years were you a Connecticut State Police trooper, sir?
21.
And for the majority of your career, what was your assignment?
It was split. I did patrol the first half and school resource officer the second half.
And even when you were a school resource officer, did you continue to work on the road?
I did.
Okay. And what are some of your duties and responsibilities as a trooper who is assigned to patrol the road or the highways?
Motor vehicle accident investigation, speed enforcement, criminal investigation.
Now, did you have an occasion in May of June of 2019 to assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos?
I did.
What was your rank at that time?
Trooper first class.
And what was your assignment?
I was to vet video.
Okay. And were you assigned to watch certain surveillance video that encompassed the Merritt Parkway?
I was.
Who gave you that assignment?
Sergeant Vintresca.
Now, is the Merritt Parkway also called Route 15?
It is.
Okay. Are there areas of the Merritt Parkway that contain video surveillance as part of the parkway?
There are. There's the three rest areas on the Merritt Parkway. There's the Fairfield rest area, New Canaan rest area, and the Greenwich rest area.
Did you review video surveillance from all three of those rest areas?
I did.
Where were you when you reviewed the video surveillance?
I was in the I-95 southbound Milford rest area.
Why 95 Milford?
There's a room located in the back of the rest area, which we have access to, which we can view video in. It accesses all the rest area cameras throughout I-95 and the Merritt Parkway.
And by we, do you mean the Connecticut State Police?
Connecticut State Police, yes.
What was your specific assignment?
My assignment was to, I was asked to look for a black Chevy Suburban, a black Ford Raptor, and a red Toyota Tacoma, and to see if I could locate it on the video as if any one of those vehicles traveled up and down the Merritt Parkway or I-95.
When were you given that assignment?
That was the week of June 3rd.
How many days did it take you?
Several.
Were you given a particular time frame to look for?
I was not.
Now, with respect to the vehicles, sir, well, withdraw that. When you went to the Milford Rest area, did you start with a particular area of the Merritt Parkway in your review?
I started with the southbound Fairfield Rest area.
Why did you start there?
Well, it's the most direct route down to New Canaan on the Merritt Parkway, and I figured it'd be the best chance I had to find any one of those three vehicles on video.
You say the most direct route from where?
That would be from Farmington.
Now, with respect to the vehicles, were you given any information or photographs to review prior to your review of the video surveillance?
Yes.
What were you given?
I was given a photograph of the Chevy Suburban, as well as a photograph of the Ford Raptor.
And then how long did this review, I know you said days, but over the course of what days or what month did you review that video footage?
Through all the way through June.
And in the course of that time period, did you get any more documentation to assist you in your review?
I did.
What did you get?
I got a photograph of a red Ford or a red Toyota Tacoma.
And did you utilize that in the course of your watching the video?
I did.
Now, this video that you reviewed, is it from the rest areas alongside the Merritt Parkway?
Yes, it is.
Was it a continuous stream or was it motion activated?
Continuous stream.
Was the time accurate?
The time was accurate.
How do you know?
I checked it against the screen time or the internet time, as well as against my phone.
Did you do that every single day that you reviewed this?
Every single day, first thing you do.
Okay. And were you able to watch, when you're in the Milford Rest area, are you able to watch it live?
Yes, you are.
And are you also able to go back to a certain day?
You are, yes.
So what was the day in question in this case?
That was May 24th, 2019.
Is there a time that you started your review on May 24th, 2019?
I believe I started at 4 in the morning.
May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. What's the exhibit number, please?
It is states 85, Your Honor. There are some clips as well as a longer video on it, as well as one other.
Is the state offering it?
I am offering, Your Honor. I believe there's no objection. I would ask the court to move it into a full exhibit.
States 85, admitted as full.
Thank you. So before we start, I'm going to ask you to just take a look at the screen behind you if you can. Upon states 85, what is that?
It's the, identifying the Merritt Parkway, Route 15.
If you could identify the Merritt Parkway on the screen. For the record, is that a map of Connecticut?
Yes.
Some of the roadways?
It is.
Okay, just generally, sir, are the areas that you reviewed on video surveillance contained upon that map?
They are.
If you could please point them out.
Fairfield rest area and the New Canaan rest area.
For the record, that's on the lower left-hand side. That's actually designated the 2 red spots. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the Merritt Parkway itself, is that contained on the map in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, please. And at some point, it branches off into different roads, or there's roads that intersect it. Sir, if you could, what are those?
So we have Route 8, and as we come up to the Sikorsky Bridge, is where it starts, the Wilbur Cross Parkway.
And Interstate 95, where the Milford rest area was, just if you could show. And the video that is contained from the rest areas on the Merritt, you were able to view from the Milford rest area?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. You could have a seat. Now, you indicated you started on the southbound side, is that correct?
That's correct.
So which one did you start with, the Fairfield or New Canaan?
I started with the Fairfield first,
Okay. Northbound or southbound?
southbound.
Okay. Now, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen either behind you or in front of you. At some point in your review of the southbound Merritt Parkway rest area camera at Fairfield, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
I found a red pickup that was consistent with a Toyota Tacoma.
Did you review what you found, or what time did you find that?
6:36 a.m.
After finding that, what did you do?
I took a screenshot of that.
Okay. If you can, sir, I'm gonna draw your attention to the screen behind you. If you can, Your Honor, may I just have him stand up by the
Yes.
screen? Thank you. Sure. What exactly are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the outside front of the Fairfield rest area.
Okay. And the road in the upper left-hand corner?
This is Route 15, north to south.
And now, as you watched this at the Milford rest area, were you able to stop and start it and rewind and fast forward?
I was.
Did you utilize that in your review?
I did.
And it took you days to go through this?
Days.
Yes, okay. And by the way, just to briefly, you, in your 20 years as a trooper, did you patrol the area of the Merritt Parkway?
I certainly did.
Okay. And just with respect to Western District Major Crimes, were you ever involved or assigned to the Western District Major Crimes Unit?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Were you ever involved, were you ever a detective with the Western District Major Crimes?
I was not.
Okay, and with respect to this investigation, did you primarily review just the video footage from the Merritt Parkway?
Correct.
Thank you. If you can, sir, take a look. At what time does that vehicle of interest appear on the screen? If you could just let me know.
Right there. 6:36 and 19 seconds.
If you could just point, sir, for the record, he's pointing to the upper left screen. How can you tell?
So it had the same characteristics as a Toyota Tacoma. chrome rear bumper, silver chrome rear bumper, and a silver tubular running board step side, if you will.
And did you, by the way, for the Fairfield southbound rest area camera, were there other camera angles as well, not just this one that we're seeing right now?
There was.
Okay. Did you take screenshots of the different camera angles?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, in your review of this camera angle, sir, did you see any other red Toyota Tacomas?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't clip those
No,
or screenshot those?
I did not.
Why this one?
This one had all the characteristics of the photo that I received of the red Toyota Tacoma that I was looking for. The previous had a red painted bumper and no tubular step side to it.
Okay. After the Fairfield southbound, did you look at the New Canaan southbound?
I did.
By the way, how far away, you can have a seat, I'm sorry. Thank you. How far away is it, or how far is the distance between the Fairfield rest area and the New Canaan rest area?
I don't have that number offhand.
Okay. You've traveled there from Fairfield rest area to New Canaan rest area?
I have, yes.
Have you ever traveled there at 6:30 on a Friday morning?
I have, yes.
Okay. About how long did it take you?
30 minutes, possibly.
Okay. Did you review the Route 15 southbound cameras at the rest area, New Canaan?
I did.
Did you find that a vehicle consistent with the red Toyota Tacoma?
I did.
What time?
7:03.
Okay. If I may just have a minute, can you help me play that? Thank you. Yeah, put it in charge. If I can, Your Honor, I'm just asking for assistance on the play of the video.
For a second.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Okay. Sir, if you can, just take a look behind you.
Sure.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Now, did the vehicle in question appear?
It did.
Okay, I'm gonna actually rewind it a little bit if I can. If you could just tell me, please.
Right there.
Okay. Sir, does that vehicle have the same characteristics, I guess, that you were indicating before?
It does, may I?
If you can,
Sure.
please.
Chrome rear bumper. Call it a chrome running board. You also have silver rims, 2 doors.
Did you screenshot and save this clip as well?
I did.
And the time that this vehicle appears?
7:03 and 35.
And the time that it was previously seen on the New Canaan rest area? I mean, I'm sorry, the Fairfield rest area?
6:36.
So about a half hour later?
About.
Okay. Would you mind helping? Thank you.
Next one.
Yes, please. Now, did you look for a different time or different cameras as well?
I did.
What cameras did you look for?
I looked in relation to the southbound New Canaan.
Actually, can I ask you about northbound?
You sure can.
Okay. Did you look for the vehicle or any of the vehicles northbound on
I did.
the Merritt Parkway? Starting with the starting with the New Canaan rest area.
Yes.
Did you find any vehicles of interest with respect to the vehicle traveling on the northbound route of the Merritt Parkway?
I did.
Which vehicle?
It was a vehicle consistent with a red Toyota Tacoma.
And what time was that?
That was 11:12.
And again, the time was accurate?
The time was accurate. Yes.
Okay. And this one I have to speed up to. Yeah. I'm going to draw your attention to, can you go back to about 11 minutes, sir. Just going to play it. If you see the vehicle and that you identified, can you please let me know and I will stop it?
Sure.
Okay, can you? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hit the wrong button.
There it is right there.
Oh, actually, let me see if I can go back. Can you? Thank you.
It's a little finicky.
Right there.
Okay, sir. If you can, why did you take this shot?
So this vehicle also consistent with a red Toyota Tacoma, and also had the same characteristics as the vehicle in the picture that I had. Tubular running board, silver rims, also is a snowplow hitch in the front of the vehicle, under the front bumper. Flat grill, flat bumper, and two-door.
Were you able to zoom in similar to what I did just there, or well, what Attorney Moran was able to do?
Yes, it was.
Okay. With respect to the trunk and the cargo area, sir, what do you see there?
So something else I noticed in the bed of the pickup truck was a white square-looking object, as well as a round object, which was consistent with a bicycle.
Well, the testimony is what the witness was able to observe was a white square object and a round object, and then consistent with, well, what's the objection?
what it's consistent with, it looks like that video is the
No,
large-
counsel, the code of evidence, speculation, sustained.
If I may, Your Honor. Sir, did you take a screenshot of this image?
I did.
And did you convey that to anybody?
I conveyed it to Sergeant Vendrusco.
Okay. And with respect to the, let's see, any other, this was New Canaan? I apologize.
It was, yes.
It was New Canaan? And what time was this?
This was 11:12.
Okay. Can you go to the next one? Did you also see a vehicle consistent with that same red truck with those characteristics at the Fairfield northbound?
I did,
At about what time?
at about 11:25.
Can you? Thank you.
There it goes, right there.
Okay. Yeah, can you? And, sir, is that as, I guess, clear? Is that the vehicle that you saw?
It is.
Okay. Now, with respect to after, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you. After seeing these videos, you indicated you created screenshots. You can have a seat, sir.
I did, yes.
Can you change the camera? Thank you. Oh, no. You're right. Yeah. No, sure. Do we have a- If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Do we have the black? Yep. I believe we have, if I'm correct, no objection, subject to the one redaction, which I will get to finalize after.
That's correct.
If I may, Your Honor, this will be states 88, 86, and 87. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, please, with the, leave the stickies on. with
Sure.
the cans. May I please take a look at those?
Okay.
Do you recognize what those are, please?
Those are screenshots of the video I obtained.
Did you take those screenshots?
I did,
In the course of taking those screenshots, did you zoom in?
yes. I zoomed in.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. Did you alter them in any way?
I did not.
Did you conduct any Photoshop or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, may I publish?
Well, is it offered yet?
It is, Your Honor, offer is 86, 87, and 88. No objection, subject to the tax.
So states 86, 87, and 88 admitted as full. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, is this a copy of the screenshot that you made that day?
It is.
Did you convey this information to anybody else besides Sergeant Ventresca?
Detective Kimball.
Why did you take this shot, sir?
I was extremely interested in the objects in the back of the pickup truck.
67. Same question, sir. Why'd you take this shot?
Same. I was interested to see if I could identify what was in the back of the red pickup truck.
Thank you. Now, sir, after you have taken those screenshots as well as those video clips, did you do anything else? Or did you review any other footage?
I continued to review. I was still looking for a Chevy Suburban as well as a black Ford Raptor during that entire time as well.
Did you have photographs of those vehicles as well?
I did not.
Okay. And in your review, did you find anything?
I did not.
Did you look at any video cameras on the Wilbur Cross Parkway?
I did.
Which cameras?
Both orange rest areas, both north and southbound sides.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value with respect to those?
I did not.
And what did you do with that information?
I related to Sergeant Ventresca.
Anything else? Oh. So are you familiar, did you ever respond to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan on May 24th or 25th or any of that time period?
I did not.
Okay, are you familiar with New Canaan at all?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Waveney Park off of the Merritt Parkway?
Yes, I am.
How far away is the New Canaan rest area from Waveney Park?
300-400 feet.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's Trooper LeBeau.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. So you were looking at videos of the Merritt Parkway in the time frame of May 24th, 2019,
Correct.
and you started looking in the early morning,
Correct.
and that was a Friday?
The day I was looking or the day I was looking at?
The day you were looking at?
Friday, yes.
Okay, of Memorial Day weekend.
Correct.
And you've been on the Merritt Parkway many times before, I assume,
Yes, ma'am.
and are aware of the traffic that happens in the morning on the Merritt Parkway.
Correct.
Is the traffic sometimes heavy around 6 a.m.?
It can be.
It can vary.
It can.
Same with 7 a.m.,
Yes.
probably 8 a.m. as well.
Depending on the day, yes.
Traffic flow is not consistent, right?
Repeat that,
The
please.
traffic flow was not consistent.
Correct.
When you started looking at the video cameras,
Yes.
you started in Fairfield,
Fairfield,
going southbound.
southbound.
And you were given a photo to review at some point of a Toyota Tacoma, right?
Correct.
And you looked at all of the video surveillance of the traffic traveling southbound on the Merritt Parkway.
Yes.
Did you look for all red trucks?
Whatever caught my eye that was red, yes.
So you took note of all red trucks?
Yes.
Did you take clips of all of the red trucks that you saw going southbound?
So I would stop the video. No, I didn't.
All right. But you did look further.
I did, yes.
Did you take note of how many red trucks you saw traveling down the Merritt Parkway going southbound on the morning of May 24th?
Yes.
About how many red trucks did you see traveling southbound on the morning of May 24th?
2.
2 red trucks
2, yes.
traveling southbound between when and when?
The first truck was approximately a half hour prior to
Half hour prior to what?
prior to the second red truck.
You said at 6:36 a.m. approximately, you saw a car, a truck that had the characteristics of a red Tacoma,
Correct.
and you took a photo of it or a snap of it?
Screenshot.
Screenshot.
Yes.
Did you attempt to enhance that photo at any point in time?
Enhance as far as,
Make the photo clearer to you?
the only capability I had was to zoom it in.
So other than zooming it in, did you do anything at any point in time to enhance the clip that you took?
No,
To your knowledge, did anybody at any point in time do anything to enhance the video clip of that truck?
no.
Were you either through the regular clip or the enlargement, were you able to see the front license plate?
I was not, no.
Okay, how about the rear license plate?
I was not.
Staying on the southbound, the clip that you took, were you ever able to see who was in that truck?
I was not.
Or how many people were in the truck?
I was not.
Or what was in the inside of the truck?
I was not.
Some of the characteristics you described was that it was a two-door, or four-door, I guess?
Two-door.
Two-door. A two-door Tacoma,
Yes, or you could refer to it as an extended cab.
an extended cab, with silver rims.
Yes,
You said you also looked northbound, right?
Correct.
You saw
Yes.
northbound. I am going to show you what is marked.
Yeah, and you have to move the. How do you turn it on? No.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, I'm showing you what's marked States 88.
okay.
You had seen earlier States 88. States 86. And States 87. Were these three clips all taken northbound?
All northbound, correct.
All northbound. And were they all taken from the same rest stop?
Yes, they were.
And was that the northbound rest stop?
Correct.
Was it New Canaan rest stop or Fairfield rest stop?
New Canaan.
This clip, did you try to enhance this clip in any way?
Just zoom it in.
All right. And is this a zoomed-in photo that you're looking at?
It is.
All right. Were you able to enhance it in any way?
No.
To your knowledge, did anybody else try to enhance it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, the question now is, did anyone else attempt to do it? The court does not recall that question overruled.
No.
And from this clip, were you able to determine who was driving that vehicle?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, it has been asked and answered.
Your Honor, this is the northbound photo. I was talking before about the southbound photos.
Thank you. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can answer.
Repeat the question, please.
Were you able to determine at all who was driving this truck?
I was not.
Were you able to determine who was in this truck?
I was not.
Or how many people were in this truck?
I was not.
You talked about being asked to look for a red Tacoma,
Yes.
a Chevy Suburban,
Yes.
a black Chevy Suburban,
Correct.
and a black Raptor.
Correct.
Were you asked to look for any other vehicles?
No.
May I have one moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you see any black Raptors?
I saw a lot of vehicles that resembled black Raptors, but I couldn't positively identify or even come close to saying that it was consistent with the one that I was looking at,
Either going southbound
southbound or northbound.
or northbound?
Correct.
Did you take any images of any black Raptors traveling southbound?
Later on, after, when I was asked to confirm the movements of Mr. Gumani in his black Raptor.
Did you take images of any black Raptor traveling southbound on May 24th, 2019?
I took some screenshots to zoom them in to see if I could identify it.
Were you able to identify any black Raptor traveling southbound on May 24th, 2019?
Yes,
And did you provide such identification? Did you prepare a report related to such identification?
I don't believe I did.
Did you speak to anybody about such identification?
Sergeant Ventresca.
When did you speak with Sergeant Ventresca?
So it was sometime, I don't recall the date that they'd asked me to look to confirm, based on information from the information from the Ford Raptor. But, yeah, I don't recall that date, but I just confirmed that the Raptor was on the Merritt Parkway.
When did you confirm that?
I don't recall that date.
Was it in 2019?
I believe it was in 2019.
Do you know whether Sergeant Ventresca prepared a report related to that?
I don't know.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just briefly, if I can, with respect to the, council asked you a lot of questions about what you were able to see on the screenshots.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
She asked you about the license plate. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
About who you can see inside the vehicle. Is that correct, may I have? Sorry. Thank you very much. Specifically with respect to, actually, let's do them all. States 88. You recall a line of questions about the license plate?
I do.
Whether or not you enhanced it or photoshopped or did anything with respect to this?
Correct.
Okay. And about, do you recall a line of questions about who is, if you could see who's inside that vehicle? Do you
I
recall
do.
that line of questions?
Yes.
Okay. So question for you, what's in the trunk of the car? What do you see
Objection.
there? Your Honor, she opened the door about what this witness can identify on that car, what he can see.
Sustained.
Now, with respect to the Toyota Tacoma that you indicated was consistent with the photograph you saw, you indicated there were a lot of characteristics
Correct.
that made it, would you say unique?
Very.
Okay. What were some of those characteristics again?
Throughout all the video, totality of, we're looking at a chrome rear bumper, a chrome tubular running board or step side, your silver grayish rims, black grille, as well as a snowplow hitch that's underneath the black bumper in the front.
And with respect to the Ford Raptor you were looking for, as well as the Chevy Suburban, with respect to those vehicles, we'll start with the Chevy Suburban. Was there anything particular or have particular characteristics that you could identify it?
No.
Okay. What about the Ford Raptor?
No.
Okay. So with respect to the vehicles, the Toyota Tacoma had those characteristics. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But again, you couldn't see who was driving that car, correct?
I could not. No.
Okay. And after you made the screenshots and the video. You conveyed that information to Sergeant Ventresca. Did you have any further involvement in what happened after that with these videos?
I did not know.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Trooper LeBeau, you may step down.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, I would call Kelly Coughlin. Your Honor, could counsel I just approach briefly on the side?
Maybe seated.
Your Honor, may I
Oh.
inquire?
Well, because the monitor does not have your name, you can just indicate your name.
Kelly, Kelly, Coughlin, Coughlin.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer Coughlin, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Okay. Briefly, with respect to your rank or training experience or employment, anything changed since you were here about a week and a half ago or 2
No.
weeks ago? Okay. You're still working for New Canaan PD?
Yes.
Okay, with respect to this, the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, I'm going to draw your attention and ask you some questions about some video surveillance that you reviewed. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to, talk about early June of 2019, were you given an assignment to review school bus footage throughout New Canaan, the New Canaan area?
Yes.
Who gave you that assignment?
Members of the Detective Bureau at the New Canaan Police Department
Specifically, what was your assignment?
to review any video footage obtained from New Canaan Public Schools that was recorded on the school buses.
Did you receive New Canaan Public School bus information or bus videos?
Yes.
Where are the video cameras located on the buses?
There are several cameras located on the exterior and interior of the school buses.
How many did you review? How many buses did you review, I should say?
I reviewed footage from 11 buses.
And what were you looking for?
There were several vehicles provided to me that I was told to look for while watching the footage.
What were those vehicles?
2 different black Chevrolet Suburbans, a black Ford Raptor, a white Jeep Grand Cherokee, and a red Toyota Tacoma.
With respect to the Toyota Tacoma, did you receive any photographs or any information with respect to that vehicle on what to look for?
Yes, I was provided a description of the vehicle.
What was that description?
The basic features of a red small pickup truck, that is a Toyota Tacoma, with a silver chrome running footboard below the doors of the vehicle.
Did you review, in your 11 buses that you reviewed, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Which buses?
Bus number 1462 and bus number 15056.
I'm going to draw your attention to bus number 15056. How many times did you find a vehicle consistent with a red Toyota Tacoma on that video camera?
On bus number 15056?
Yes.
One time.
And with respect to bus number 1462, is that right? 1462?
Yes.
Okay, on bus number 1462, how many times did you see a vehicle consistent with the red Toyota Tacoma on that video surveillance?
2 times.
Okay. Did you also find let me ask this, where was it located in this town of New Canaan when the bus picked up the vehicle?
This vehicle was located on Lapham Road on the west side of the southbound lane of Lapham Road, and it was facing north.
Okay. Lapham Road, is that near Waveney?
Yes.
Are there particular cutouts or places to park on Lapham Road near Waveney Park?
Yes.
Are those on the side, if you're driving away from the Merritt Parkway going north, are they on the left or the right side?
Both sides.
They are the both sides. Which side was this vehicle parked in?
If you were driving away from the Merritt Parkway heading north, this vehicle was on the left side.
Was it parked in a cutout?
Yes.
Now, if it was driving north on the left side, which direction was it parked in?
It was facing north.
Okay. So would you say that's the opposite side of the road?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you also review footage that showed that same particular cutoff or area prior to the vehicle appearing?
Yes.
What time was that?
7:05 a.m.
And in that exact same spot at 7:05, is that vehicle there?
No.
When does that vehicle next appear?
At 7:40 a.m.
Okay. Now, between 7:05 and 7:40, do you have a bus video that covers that time period?
No.
Okay, so the next bus video that covers that time period, or that covers that area is 7:40. I'm sorry, what did you say? 7:40?
7:40.
7:40. Thank you. Your Honor, the state's intention is to, show states 89. I don't believe there's an objection. May I inquire?
No objection.
What I would make a request, though, Your Honor, is this is a bus video from a school bus footage out of New Canaan. It has multiple cameras conveyed on the buses. The images at issue, or in this case, can be discerned, and I'm going to ask Officer Coughlin to point them out. However, there are extraneous viewpoints or things that cannot be edited out. I can't do anything about that, but they do contain minor children that are irrelevant to this case. I would ask the cameras not show.
Thank you. What the state has just explained, ladies and gentlemen, is that the cameras captured video of children on the bus. Those images captured are clear and the children can be identified. So what the state is asking is that, not that you not see it, but that the video and the still photographer, videographer and still photographer focus on either the emblem or turn the cameras off during the playing of that video.
I am making that request, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's granted.
Thank you.
States 89 admitted as a full exhibit.
Court is now open and back in session. The Honorable Judge Randolph presides.
Please be seated. Thank you. Who is the next witness, please?
Sergeant Ventrusca, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can bring the jury up. Thank you.
I just logged it, 91. Are you objecting? It's some of
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Steve stipulates, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense as well.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I can, I call Sergeant Ken Ventrusca back to the stand.
Thank you. And Sergeant Ventrusca is still under oath. You may be seated, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, with respect to the, I guess, past 2 weeks since you were here last, anything change in your rank and assignment with respect to the Connecticut State Police?
Remains the same.
I'm going to ask you a few more questions, if I can, with respect to around the June time period of 2019, okay? Did you have occasion to, well, I'll try that, start with this. Sir, did you assign Trooper LeBeau a assignment to review the video surveillance out of the Merritt Parkway?
Yes.
And when did you give him that assignment?
It would have been the week of June 3rd.
Why did you give him that assignment?
At that time, obviously, we knew about Hartford. Now we moved to another part of this investigation with what happened in New Canaan.
And what specifically was that assignment?
I assigned Trooper LeBeau to view rest area surveillance video out of the Milford rest area. At that time, we didn't really have a good timeline, so I gave him a big chunk of time, roughly about 10, 12 hours to sift through vehicles traveling down the Merritt Parkway or 95.
What were the vehicles that you assigned him to look for?
Red Toyota Tacoma, black Ford Raptor, black Suburban, and I believe the white Jeep Cherokee as well.
By that time that you had given that assignment, had the Jeep, Suburban, and Ford Raptor been seized and searched by the Western District Major Crime Van?
Yes.
What about the Toyota Tacoma?
No.
At some point had, as part of the searching of those vehicles, were photographs taken?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, were photographs taken of the Toyota Tacoma as well?
Yes.
Were you informed of the results of Trooper LeBeau's review of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
And did you take any action with respect to those results?
Yeah, so after Trooper LeBeau's findings, specifically northbound, Merritt Parkway, we then video canvassed businesses alongside Route 8 northbound.
Now, you said northbound. Why was northbound results, I guess, important?
Can you repeat that? Results? Is that what you said?
You indicated in your answer that because of Trooper LeBeau's results of his review of the surveillance footage, particularly northbound results. What was it about the northbound results?
So northbound, we had an approximate time of a vehicle consistent with this red Toyota Tacoma pickup truck. Therefore, we're able to map out in time when a vehicle would possibly be traveling through a certain location.
Okay, what time did it appear on the Fairfield, New Canaan rest area?
Fairfield and New Canaan,
Oh, I'm sorry, Fairfield rest area.
roughly 11:25-ish.
So based on that result, what did you do?
Myself and Detective Frechette, we traveled up Route 8 North, where the Merritt Parkway joins with Route 8. Obviously, that is a route back to Farmington. With that being said, now we know that if this vehicle is passing the northbound Fairfield rest area at a specific time, I've driven that route numerous times, so I knew approximately maybe, it was about 15 to 20 minutes from the Fairfield rest area to a business I found on Route 8 with cameras.
What was the business called?
Valley Transit District.
Was Valley Transit District, well, what kind of business is it?
There's a train station in there, buses, it's to the area where it just transports people back and forth.
Did they have any video cameras that covered the highway or
They
Route
did,
8?
yes.
And does that also capture both northbound and southbound of Route 8?
Yes,
Were you able to review that video footage?
yes.
Did you review it on site at Valley Transit?
I reviewed, I got the video in two parts. Do you want me to get into that, or?
Sure.
Okay,
If you could
so I
just answer how you
reviewed
got-
the northbound Route 8 area, approximately in the 11:30 to 11:45, 11:50-ish timeframe. I was anticipating a red Tacoma that was gonna be traveling up Route 8, and at 11:40 hours on 5/24, I observed a vehicle consistent with Pavel's red Tacoma.
And why is that specific time frame?
Because of the time traveled from Fairfield to the time traveled to Valley Transit District, which is right alongside Route 8, it was approximately 15 to 20 minutes. So we narrowed down our scope of what we're gonna be looking for.
On your review that day of so we're going northbound on Route 8 around the 11:40, 45 time period that you just said, when you were reviewing the video surveillance at Valley Transit, was the time accurate?
Yes.
How did you know?
So I used my agency-issued cell phone, and I marry up the times with my cell phone time.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value to you when you were reviewing that time period?
Yes.
What did you find?
I observed a red Toyota Tacoma, what appeared to be a red Toyota Tacoma, consistent with Pavel's Toyota Tacoma, traveling
Your Honor,
northbound
I'm
on
object
Route 8.
to his opinion about whose it is. He can testify it was a red Tacoma, but
Well, there's already been evidence as to who drove or to whom the Tacoma belonged. Overruled.
Sir, Your Honor, this would be States 91, odd 91, files 1 through 6, or 1 through 3. The state's intending to introduce 4, 5, and 6 come out of another exhibit, but they're clips. And then there is one map the state would offer them.
I just want to applaud you very briefly, if I may.
The court is not certain of what the offer is.
If I can, Your Honor, the state's offer of proof is that the video surveillance from Valley Transit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are clips out of the 77 Mountain Spring Road video, which came in its entirety yesterday. These are just clips out of those 2 days that came out.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Yeah.
Just a couple of questions. You're watching just a half hour or 20 minutes of video?
Yeah, so I went during the time when I was at Valley Transit, I mean, typically we watch, I was anticipating this thing coming through right around 11:40 hours with given mapping and me driving that, right? I take before, I take after, roughly about a half hour before, half hour after. I'm viewing everything. I find something of evidentiary value, I seize it.
Okay. You didn't follow any other red pickup trucks that were consistent with a Tacoma, Toyota Tacoma, that were also traveling on the Merritt Parkway either before or after this
No.
one, correct?
No.
This was just a particular time frame based on that one video and the one comment by Trooper LeBeau,
Well,
correct?
based on the totality of this truck, given we already have 77 Mountain Spring, we have Fairfield rest areas, it's like a puzzle, right? You take a piece, you put it in the puzzle.
Right.
That's basically it.
But when you were doing that day, was just taking the one,
Those are the ones that were seized.
right, that's
Yes.
my question.
Correct.
And you couldn't read a license plate on it, though, could you?
Absolutely.
Object-
No, this is not voir dire, this is cross. So,
All right, I have no further questions. I'm not going to object.
so this is states
91, Your Honor.
91, which has already been admitted as full, correct?
3 out of the 6 files, Your Honor, are clips out of state.
77?
Yes, Your Honor. And the other 3 are new. They're, the state is intending to introduce those with respect to Sergeant Ventresca.
So
And
is it states 91, 1 through 6?
it's 1 through 6, and then there is a map that was introduced just recently with Trooper LeBeau. It's just on this as well for ease of
So states
exhibiting.
91, 1 through 6, and is there a designation for the map?
It just says map, Your Honor, map for Merritt Parkway, and that has been admitted already.
Thank you. Admitted as full.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I'm going to have you take a look behind you if you can. Just briefly. Do you see the map behind you?
Yes.
If you can, sir, is the area that you went to called Valley Transit depicted on that map?
Could I stand up?
Yes, please.
Say, is it depicted on the map?
Is it? Yes.
No.
Is Route 8?
Route 8 is yes.
Okay. And with respect to the area that you went to where Valley Transit is that on along the Route 8 corridor?
Yes, it should be right under the Shelton area, south of, or I'm sorry, just north of the Shelton area between Shelton and Sonia.
Okay. And the information you received from Trooper LeBeau from the Fairfield rest area, is that depicted on that map as well?
Yeah, 6:36, or I'm sorry, 12:25 p.m. northbound Fairfield, right here.
Now, with respect to 80 Mountain Spring Road and 4 Jefferson Crossing, you've been there,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Is that area depicted on the map?
Should be up in this, right up there.
Thank you. You can have a seat, sir. I'm going to show you file 1, please, if you can take a look behind you. Sir, what are we looking at?
Can I stand back up?
Yes, please.
Valley Transit building would be down here, right here, Route 8 northbound, Route 8 southbound.
Is this a video that you reviewed at Valley Transit in June of 2019?
Yes.
I'm going to press play, sir, if you can. If there's anything of evidentiary value, please point it out. Okay, and the upper middle part of the screen at 9 seconds, sir, what is that?
Appears to be a red pickup truck consistent with a Tacoma, roughly a 2001 Tacoma, traveling northbound the left lane of the main.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to the beginning of this video, if I can. Okay, I'm going to stop it there at 5 seconds. Sir, do you see that red truck in the middle of the screen?
I do.
Did you mark that as or designate that as a vehicle of interest?
I did, yes, initially. Just because of the color and the type of the body. Pickup truck, color red, but then upon further inspection, you can see it appears it has a cover on the back. I don't see side steps on there, so and then this whole front end is slightly different as well. To me, it doesn't look like a Toyota Tacoma pickup.
Okay. Safe to say there are other trucks, red trucks traveling on Route 8?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you look at every one that you found?
Every red truck that passed in my window, yes.
And I'm going to show you file 2. And what angle is this, sir?
This is facing a northerly, I would say northerly direction. That's Route 8 north, and that's Route 8 south.
And same question, please. Stop.
Oh, just
Okay. on the upper left-hand side of the screen. Again, sir, why did you pick that truck as opposed to another red truck?
So in this image, you can see it appears it's a chrome style rear bumper, which was on a Toyota Tacoma that is of interest in here. We have the same color wheels in this photo. And it's also an extended cab.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention over to the right side of the parking lot. Do you see that, where the cursor is?
Yes,
Is that also a red truck?
that is a good truck.
Okay, is that a red Toyota Tacoma?
No, it's not.
Okay, how do you know?
That looks like a red Ford pickup truck based on the front grille.
Okay. Just play this through. And file 3. Now, what angle is this, sir?
This is the same angle as the first video, routing northbound here, routing southbound here.
And if you can, please tell me to stop it when you see anything, if anything. Okay. And by the way, all 3 of these clips, what's the time?
11:40 hours on May
Okay.
24th.
And the one before it was also 11:40?
Yes,
And the one before that as well? Okay, so it's safe to say that all 3 of these clips depict the same vehicle moving through this area?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you mentioned, you can have a seat, sir. You can. That you mentioned that you had been at 80 Mountain or 77 Mountain Spring Road in the Farmington area before, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware of video footage from 77 Mountain Spring Road?
yes.
Okay. With respect to a vehicle consistent with a Toyota Tacoma, is there a time that that vehicle leaves 77 Mountain Spring Road?
Leaves in the morning of 5/24?
Yes, in the morning.
Yeah, it was, a red pickup truck was seen leaving that residence, headed towards Route 4 at approximately 5:30, 5:35 hours-ish.
Draw your attention, sir, to file 4 behind you. Do you recognize this video?
Yes,
I'm going to stop it there, sir. Do you see the time up on the upper right?
yes,
Do you know if that's correct?
the time is not correct.
What is the time?
It was roughly 24 hours, a day behind, so the date is wrong, it should be 5:24, and it should be, and I think the time was roughly 10 minutes fast.
And sir, did you utilize this video in your, I guess, assignment given to Trooper LeBeau as well as your own review?
Yes.
Why?
It was important to know times left, distance traveled, so we can start calculating rough estimates of when vehicles will be passing certain areas.
So the vehicle you found on the Valley Transit was at what time again?
11:40 in the morning.
Okay. How far away is Valley Transit from this area, 80 Mountain Road?
Approximately 40 miles.
Okay. And did you drive it?
I did,
How long did it take you?
40 minutes.
Sir, is there a time period on 77 Mountain Spring video that truck consistent with a red Toyota Tacoma appears again on this video?
12:22 in the afternoon on May 24th.
File 5, please. So I'm going to stop it if I can. And the time stamp reading on the video?
Well, the timestamp on the video says 5/25/2019 at 12:32 hours and 16 seconds.
So
However,
real
with
time?
the adjustment of the time, it would be 12:22 hours and 16 seconds.
And do you see that vehicle consistent with the red Toyota Tacoma on that screen?
I see a vehicle, but it's behind the two. If you could back it up a frame or two. Sorry.
That's okay, if you can tell me. If you
Yes,
can go.
I saw it coming off the road and then take the right and pull in the driveway.
Okay. And the day also reads 5:25, is that correct?
That's not correct. It's 5:24.
Okay. Now, do we, see this vehicle leave the 77 Mountain Spring video or leave that driveway again on 524?
Yeah, so in the evening of 5/24, at roughly 5:25, 5:30 in the evening, that vehicle seen pulling out.
I play file 6. Did you see that vehicle, sir?
I did.
I'm going to back it up a little bit and ask you a question. And what is depicted on the screen now, sir?
A black Suburban pulling out, we driving with a system with a wheel rack on top.
What's the time?
5:37:25.
And in real time?
5:27:25 on 5/24.
24? And now, sir, what is the time on the video now?
You want the
Real,
video,
well,
the
if you
timestamp, or
can,
want
the
me to adjust it?
timestamp, then the real
Okay, so
time.
the timestamp on the video is 5:37:38 seconds, which would be 5:27:38 seconds, and it should be, again, 5:24, not 5:25.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
You indicated you assigned Trooper LeBeau to watch all those videos on the rest stop on the Merritt Parkway, correct?
Yes, sir.
He was supposed to be looking for a red Toyota Tacoma pickup trucks, right?
One of the vehicles, yes.
Well, and a black Chevy Suburban,
Yes.
right? A black Ford Raptor,
Yes.
and you said also a white Jeep Cherokee, right?
Yes.
So did Trooper LeBeau give you a report on all these different
The only
vehicles?
report that I know he generated was the seizure of the videos that depict the red pickup truck.
So my question, though, had to do with what he communicated with you regarding all the other vehicles that he said that he saw that matched the description of one of those four vehicles.
Absolutely.
So did you then follow up on whether or not any Ford Raptors came driving up Route 8?
Yes.
Did you follow up on whether you saw any white Cherokees driving up on Route 8?
I don't recall. I don't think I was looking for the white Cherokee. I was specifically looking for a red pickup truck, based on the video that was seized prior to me, not any other vehicle when I was going to Route 8.
But if you recall, we indicated you
Oh,
had
I thought you were
asked
talking
him.
about me to Greg. I'm sorry.
I must have missed
Okay.
what you just said based on that comment. My understanding was that you had instructed Trooper LeBeau to view any of those, whether he saw any of those four vehicles driving either southbound or northbound during those specific timeframes, correct?
Correct.
And that was right before you went to Route 8 to look at vehicles that would have been maybe 20 minutes later after the Fairfield rest stop, or am I incorrect about that?
You're incorrect.
Okay. So at that point, you were only looking to see whether there were any red trucks consistent with the Tacoma driving north on Route 8, correct?
Yes.
Did anybody do the same thing with regard to vehicles that were consistent with a black Ford Raptor?
No.
Did anyone do a similar viewing and spending time going through surveillance regarding a black Chevy Suburban?
Let me back up for a sec. I assigned Greg to look for all those vehicles.
Who's Greg?
I'm sorry, Trooper LeBeau, to look
Okay.
at all those vehicles. Yes, they were all looked into. What was yielded out of it was a red Toyota Tacoma pickup truck.
Well, I understand. That's the one that
Yes.
was seized, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So My question has to do with whether anyone was charged with going to the Valley Transit to look for either, whether the Ford Raptor was passing around the same time.
No,
Was anyone charged with checking to see whether any black Chevy Suburban traveled that area around the same time?
no,
Did anyone check to see whether a white Jeep Cherokee passed through that area at any particular
No.
time? Because you were aware that Pavel Gumieni, whose name you mentioned before, also drove one or more of those vehicles, correct?
correct, yes.
Okay. But it's also my understanding that Trooper LeBeau had been tasked with watching hours of video in both directions, right?
Yes,
And did he tell you that he saw multiple red pickup trucks during that entire time?
there was a report of a vehicle that was closely resembled this Tacoma we were looking for. However, I was alerted to that there was different color bumpers and there was no side steps.
And those were the only two vehicles in the hours he watched that even remotely appeared to be red Toyota Tacomas. Is that what you're saying?
That's what was reported to me.
Okay. So, the videos in the northbound lane appear to be of the, and I'll play it again, but appear to be substantially darker than the videos we've seen of the Merritt Parkway Toyota Tacoma. Is that just based on lighting, or is there some other reason that the vehicle that we just witnessed driving on Route 8 appeared to be more of a purplish, dark red, burgundy color almost?
Can you repeat your question? What's your question?
Yeah. Is there a reason why, when we were just watching the last video we just watched, where you see the vehicle heading away from the camera view, appears to be a darker color, like a purple?
It's purple? No, it looks red to me.
Okay. And you indicated that it was consistent with a I think you said 2001 Toyota Tacoma, right?
Correct.
It's true, though, that Toyota Tacoma body design hasn't changed in 15 or 20 years,
There's
right?
subtle differences, yeah.
But those subtle differences you couldn't tell by just these quick clips, could you?
No,
So it could have been a 2010 Toyota Tacoma you were witnessing, right?
I don't know. You gotta show me a picture of a 2010 Toyota.
But you agree that, you've been a state police
Yeah.
officer for now, how many years?
18,
18 years, and you've traveled the highways of Connecticut for all of those years, right?
almost all of them.
And you know that except for certain subtle differences, such as maybe the shape or size of the headlights, the Toyota Tacoma has been one of these vehicles that almost consistently remains the same, right?
Correct.
And I started to ask you out of turn during the voir dire before, you were not able to make out any license plate on that vehicle, correct?
No,
You were not able to tell who was driving, correct?
correct,
You couldn't tell how many people even were in the cab of that vehicle, right?
correct.
You said it was a two-door vehicle or an enlarged cab?
Two-door extended cab?
Extended cab means there's a back seat,
There's
right?
a back seat area.
So you couldn't tell whether there was anyone in the back seat
No.
from those videos, could you?
Could not tell.
I just want to pull up for a second the videos we saw from '77 Mountain Spring. I stopped the camera at what's marked as 12:32:13 p.m. If you would just look at that for a second. This is just before the red Tacoma pulls out of the driveway. Do you remember seeing there was a black pickup truck that went by just before?
I don't recall.
Well, I'll play it.
Okay.
First of all, while we're at this, I'll play the clip. They're not very long. I think I need to play it, it froze, so let me just play it one more time here. Right, then you see immediately thereafter the red pickup pull in, correct?
Yes,
So that vehicle that went by, were you able to discern what kind of pickup that was?
yes, not definitely, but it appeared to be consistent with a red pickup truck.
No, the one that
Oh,
went by that
it
didn't,
appeared to be a Ford.
appeared to be a black Ford pickup
It
truck,
looked,
right?
I mean, this screen, it looked bluish.
But it was at least, it appeared, well, the colors aren't exact in any of these videos, are they?
I can't tell you that, I don't know.
In any event, it appeared to be a Ford pickup truck, correct?
That's what it appeared like to me.
Consistent with a Raptor?
No,
No,
no.
okay. I'm also gonna ask you to look at the, you see the pavement here, this was at 12:22 in the afternoon on May 24th, correct?
Yes,
And this here is part of the roof of the Manafort house across the street, correct?
correct.
So if I go now back to the early morning video that we observed a few minutes ago, I just want to be clear about one thing. And I'm going to stop it for a second.
Okay.
You agree that that the roof is shiny and the pavement appears to be shiny, correct?
I gotta relook at the other video. I mean, can you put them side by side?
I don't know if I can do that with this equipment, so. Could you just turn around and look at the larger video? Right, I'm asking you whether it appeared to be that the driveway is wet.
I can't tell. What am I looking for?
Does the driveway appear in this video to be wet along with the roof?
I can't determine whether something's wet or not based on a video.
Right, and you look at the mulch around these plants, it does not appear to you to be dark and moistened compared to the other video?
It looks like brown mulch.
All right, well, I'm gonna go back to the other one. This is at 12:22 in the afternoon. You see it seems to be a different color mulch here, you see that?
I mean, it still looks brown, but if it's a tad lighter,
Appears to be lighter, correct? And the roof is not shiny in this video, is it?
no, it's a different time of day, so the sun is in different positions as well. So I can't comment on whether something's wet or not in the
Fair enough,
video.
but at 5:22 in the morning, the sun is very low on the horizon, even on May 24th,
I'm
2019.
going to object at this point, Your Honor. It's
Wow.
outside the scope, the state of the sun.
Well, the question's concerned essentially, does the driveway look the same in both photos or screenshots? Does the roof look the same in both? And apparently, the thrust of the question is, doesn't it appear that in the early morning photos, there is dew or water on the driveway and on the roof, but in the 12:20 photo, there doesn't appear to be dew or water on the roof or the driveway. That's the thrust of the inquiry. And so the objection is, the objection goes to the sun. Well, the court just captured what the inquiry is, so the objection's overruled.
Can you just repeat it again?
Yeah, so at 5:20 in the morning, the sun has to be really low to the horizon, correct?
Yes.
Right, and this is 12:22, whether it's sunny or not. It's certainly a brighter time of the day, correct?
Correct.
I just have a moment.
Yes.
I just have one or two final questions. Just to be clear about what assignment you gave. You did in fact give Trooper LeBeau an assignment to look for whether any Ford Raptors were traveling in that vicinity at that time, correct?
Correct.
But no report was given to you about any specific Ford Raptors in that time frame, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Just briefly, if I can, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, with respect to Attorney Shohorn's questions about review of video surveillance regarding the Raptor, do you remember that line of questions?
Yes.
Okay. And Trooper LeBeau informed you of the Raptor or seeing the Raptor or something similar to the Raptor on traveling on the Mare Parkway at various times? Is yes or no, or did he?
Yeah, he eventually reported to me that there was a raptor seen, but you got to keep in mind, we also had other corroborating evidence where we knew this raptor was. So I'm going to leave it there for that.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Did you follow up with where the location of the Raptor was through the use of the vehicle itself?
Yes.
In what way?
Burla?
What's a burla?
Burla is the infotainment system inside the vehicle. It yields GPS coordinates, phones that connect to it, and things like that such.
Were you able to obtain the burla infotainment center from the Raptor?
Yes, prior to the canvas on the highways.
Okay, so with respect to the Toyota Tacoma, was there a burla system or infotainment center
There was
from
not-
the 2001 Toyota Tacoma?
There was not a entertainment system in that Tacoma.
Okay, so why is that?
Older vehicle, the technology was older.
Okay, so with respect to the newer Ford Raptor, you were able to determine its location based on the burla system?
Correct.
Okay, did that infotainment center go to the State Forensic Lab?
Yes.
Okay, and did they submit a report?
We received that report on May 31st.
Okay, which was prior to the date that Trooper LeBeau was given his assignment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when Trooper LeBeau reviewed the video cameras with respect to the Toyota Tacoma, you did not have any burla or infotainment center with respect to the Toyota Tacoma,
Correct.
but you had one for the Raptor?
We did, and you got to keep in mind, it was under review. We got it on a Friday, so that the following weeks, yes, it was under review.
Nothing further, thank you.
Just to clarify, are you saying that you didn't get an actual report from the lab about the burla, that's the OnStar system, is that what you're talking about?
No, different than OnStar.
But burla is, I understand it's different, but a burla is some kind of a location system for, it's like a infotainment system, right?
Yeah, it's part of, again, I'm not a subject matter expert in dumping these. Think of Celebrate with the cell phones, think of Burla with the vehicle infotainment
You could
systems.
download-
You could download data off that vehicle.
And without getting any specific about it though, were you able to determine whether the Raptor was in any particular town that day?
Yes,
You were.
yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that is the last witness for the day for the state.
Thank you. Now, Attorney Manning, do you have Attorney McGinnis, the lineup for tomorrow, at what times the witnesses will be available?
We do, Your Honor. We may, and to be candid with the court, with scheduling and a few vacations that have gone on with our witnesses, we may be ending early a little bit tomorrow, depending on some of the witnesses. I'm going to try and confirm that before 5 o'clock and get the information of exactly who will be called to counsel.
But can we start at 10 o'clock?
We could start at 10 o'clock, definitely.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard at least the skeletal view of what the lineup will be for tomorrow, so we will start at 10 o'clock. It's not certain that we will have witnesses that will testify one right after the other. So please be patient. We thank you for your patience. We adjourn for today. Please do not discuss the case nor follow any media about the case. Have a good evening.
All rise, everybody stand up.
Okay.
This court is now adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please exit the courtroom.